Please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Dr McAvoy.
Commissioner, I would call a witness who's been given the pseudonym BC.
Yes.
Now this witness, Commissioner, is off-site, as it were, and so she will take an oath or make an affirmation where she is at the moment. So that will be attended to now, I think.
Please repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence I shall give
Will be the truth.
will be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Sorry, Commissioner, just bear with me for a moment. Operator, if we could bring up, please, WIT 0033 0001 0001. Now, ma'am, I'll call you witness or BC or ma'am at various points. I hope you won't take offence to me referring to you in any of those ways. But could I ask you whether the statement that you see there, that you have, is your statement?
Yes, that is right.
And do you wish to make any amendments to that?
No.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioners, I'd seek to tender the witness statement of BC.
The statement of BC dated the 15th of March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-33.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, ma'am, could you tell the Commission what your profession is?
I'm a registered nurse.
Yes, and how long have you been a registered nurse?
Since 1991.
And what sort of nursing have you done predominantly in that time?
A mixture of things, surgical. My main focus has been in palliative care, and I had some time off with raising small children.
I'm sorry, did you say your main focus had been in palliative care?
Yes, that's my main interest.
Yes, and is that a continuing interest?
Yes, it is.
Now, you've referred in your statement to your business that you created. I might refer to that as BD, if that's convenient, to the extent that I need to. Could you tell the Commission a little bit about that business, number of staff, contractors, what type of work, sorts of clients, that sort of thing?
I started the business in 2016. The original idea was to provide home palliative care for people who wanted to die in their own homes. We employ a variety of different people, often on a casual contract because we couldn't offer permanent work. I did a majority of the work. We've since employed a full-time bookkeeper and human resource manager. We've got several registered nurses that work for us on a casual contract and one on a permanent part-time contract. And we've got around 15 to 20 support workers who work for us fairly regularly. We I decided at some point after 2016 to apply for home care packages because it was becoming increasingly obvious that people who were on a pension were unable to pay for services if they were choosing to die in their own home. There was limited resources for them to have a registered nurse in their home or have respite for their loved ones. So we thought if we apply for packages, it may give some funding or some hours to them. And we'd heard rumours about the possibility of a level 5 package for people who may require terminal care. So that was the original reasoning behind us applying for the home care package.
And so the clients that you then developed, were they entirely palliative care clients?
Some were, and some were perhaps what you put in the palliative arena. And by palliative, I mean the definition that is used in palliative if you wouldn't be surprised if someone was going to die within the next 6 months. You could classify them as palliative. So although some were well and still functioning and enjoying life, they possibly could go into the palliative umbrella, under the palliative umbrella. So we looked after clients like that. A few clients we looked after were terminal and their families couldn't afford to have nurses in the home, so I did a lot of pro bono work to assist them dying at home, and I would source services that were around and created brokerage agreements with some organisations, so like carer support, so we could continue caring for them in their home so they could die at home.
Can I ask you when you made your first application to be able to deliver the home care packages?
I think it was around 2000, beginning of 2006, toward the end of 2016.
Yeah. And how did that go? How long did it take for you to be approved?
We had to have several tries. The language wasn't familiar to me, and
so when you say the language wasn't familiar to you, I think you said the language wasn't familiar to you. What do you mean by that?
The type of questions they asked, I had to do a lot of research to understand what was expected of an approved provider. So although we didn't get in on the first round, I did work in our organisation to ensure that we would meet the criteria in subsequent applications.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, you were telling me about the process, and so one of the features of the process was that you found some of the language difficult to comprehend. In what way was it difficult to comprehend? You've been a nurse obviously for some years, and so presumably it wasn't the medical aspects of it that you were concerned with.
No, it was some of the terminology. Can't think of anything off the top of my head, but just some government speak that I wasn't familiar with. And we had to develop policies, work health and safety policies and risk assessment policies and all sorts of things that were included in the questions to become an approved provider. So whilst applying for that position, we we worked on those things to meet the guidelines.
So it was really the language, the management language, if you like, that was language you were not so familiar with.
Yeah, yes. I've never worked in a position in a government department or, and it was unfamiliar language to me. The clinical stuff I could understand. It was just around risk assessment and work health safety and all that sort of thing that wasn't familiar.
Now, I'm going to ask you to be shown a document. I'm going to read it out at this end so it can be brought up on the screen. And those sitting with you, I think, will be able to hand you a copy of it so you can see it too. Operator, the document I want brought up is CTH 1002 stop 1016 stop 2502. Do you have that in front of you, ma'am?
Not as yet. Oh, yes. No. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you see that this is in relation, this is a letter dated the 5th of May 2017, and it's in relation to your application for approval as an approved provider. And you'll see there that underneath the heading decision, the words, on the basis of the information supplied, I'm not satisfied that the applicant meets the requirements of the Act in respect of the applicant's suitability to provide home care. You recall getting that letter?
Yes, yeah, I'm sure I did. I can't remember exactly, but yes, I'm sure I did get that letter.
And do you recall how long it was after your initial application that you received that letter, roughly?
It was a long time. I can't tell you exactly how many weeks or months, but it did take a long time. I think they had 90 days to respond, and I think perhaps there was an extension on the response. I remember speaking to someone in the application area, and they had a lot of applicants, so they were taking a long time to get through them all.
I'm going to show you another document. Operator, I'd like you to bring up CTH 1002 stop 1016 stop 1731, and I'll have that shown to you, BC2. You should be able to see that. I should say for general reference, Commissioners, that there is in fact a non-publication direction in place in relation to all of these documents, and so those following them, in particular, the media should have regard to that direction as we work through the documents. So you see that email there, ma'am, of the 6th of February 2017. Can you recall receiving that document, receiving that email?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah.
Did you? I mean, you've said in your statement, I think you've said this at about paragraph 12, that there was, as far as you're aware, or as far as you're concerned, limited information from the government about the application forms on how to become an approved provider. You've said you felt you had the relevant expertise and the relevant systems, but you had trouble with the language. Did you ask the approved provider section of the department for assistance?
Yes, but I wasn't really able to get any. They sort of said it was our application and we had to do it. They people I spoke with really were the ones that just dealt with the paperwork. They weren't able to guide us on filling out the forms.
Well, when you say they said they were not able to give you any assistance, do you recall who you were speaking to and what they were saying with any specificity?
I was speaking to people at the approved provider who answered the phones. I can't remember names, I'm sorry.
All right. Now, in the end, your application was accepted, was it not?
Yes.
And do you recall roughly when that was?
I think it was around February 2018.
I'm sorry, you think it was when?
I think it was February 2018.
So I'm asking you about when your application was accepted.
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Yep. Do you recall receiving further requests for information during the process before acceptance of your application?
I remember being told that the application needed further further paperwork, and the process was frustrating because I had the paperwork available, but I was told then that they'd changed the questioning on the application forms, so I'd have to redo the whole application form. If I was asked for any further paperwork for a particular application, I would have sent it in, but I can't remember any particular incidents.
Perhaps I'll show you a document that might assist your recollection of this process. Operator, could you bring up, please, CTH stock 1002 stock 1016 stock 1694. Now, CB, you should have. Can you see that? I wonder if you might be. I wonder if you might be handed a hard copy of that document, because it's an email chain that may be necessary to go back lower down into the document. Are you looking at that?
Yes. Yes.
So if you go to the bottom of the first page, you'll see there on the 6th of March 2018, the approved provider applications section of the Health Department wrote to you. Do you see that?
Just looking now. Yes, I can see that. Yes.
And if you go to page 3, the bottom of page 3 of that document, you'll see, I should say, operator, this is 1002 stock 1016 stock 1694. 96.
Yes.
You see there at the bottom, they're putting to you, they've said,
Yes.
thank you for your application, which we received as a complete application on the 10th of August 2017. To assist the delegate in making a decision about your application, further information is required. And then they set out the various pieces of further information that are required.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I got that. Yeah.
What was your reaction to that further request for information?
Frustration.
Yeah, and what was the basis of that frustration, would you say?
Well, I felt that we'd repeated ourselves in several of the applications. I'm not sure which actual paperwork you're referring to as far as extra information, but I thought we explained ourselves fairly well in the applications, but you know, it was the way it was, so we just kept adding to whatever it was that they required.
So when you say you added to whatever it was they required, you mean by that you provided whatever further information they asked for. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Operator, could you bring up CTH 1002 stop 1016 stop 1689? Do you recognise this document, ma'am? It may be convenient if you could be shown a hard copy of the document.
Sure, yes. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
So this is a document dated the 16th of March 2018 from the Department of Health, which you'll see is headed reconsideration of deemed decision to reject application for approval as an approved provider. So you remember that?
Yes.
Now I think at paragraph 14 of your statement, you may have said that you were granted approved provider status in February of 2018. The position appears to be that it was in fact the 16th of March 2018. Would you accept that?
Yes.
So having obtained the appropriate approval, how did you go about getting your first clients?
We had a couple of clients who we were doing some private work for and pro bono work, and they were just awaiting us to become providers, and so they just came onto our books when we were able to upload them onto the portal.
Yep, so that's those clients. Were there other clients?
Yeah. Not for several months. So a lot of the work we were doing was private palliative care and some aged private care. And we had NDIS work as well that we were doing. So the home care packages sort of sat there for a while we tried to navigate the Medicare portal and ensure that we had, were trying to meet all the home care standards and navigate our way through all of that. We had several brokerage agreements with other approved providers, and one of them contacted us and asked us if we would be willing or interested in taking on or being named as a possible provider for some of their home care package clients, because they were no longer going to be providing home care packages. We were told that the
Do you recall the name of that organisation?
It was Assist Home Care. And we had, they didn't have, or we provided some registered nurse care for them. So a few of their clients were known to us for wound dressings or clinical nursing care. So when they asked us if we would be willing to be named as a possible provider for their clients who would need to transition out, we said yes, that we would be prepared to do that. I believe that Assist Home Care were being partly purchased by a Queensland group, and they were focusing on disabilities. I believe that home care packages was only a small portion of their business, and so we agreed to be named as a possible provider for their home care.
And were you aware of why it was that they were wanting to transition some of their people over to your organisation?
We were told that they weren't going to be providing home care packages, and we were told that the Queensland group that were purchasing them were not home care providers, but weren't approved to provide packages, so they weren't able to continue on with that. It was a little bit confusing, and in hindsight, I think I was quite naive in understanding the process that was involved. I believe now that, and I knew that Assist Home Care were being visited by the quality agency, and I knew that the director was having some issues, but at that stage we hadn't met anyone from the quality agency, so I wasn't quite sure exactly what the background of all of that was, but that was a separate issue, I believed, at the time.
How were you aware that Assist Home Care were being considered by the quality agency and that the director was having some issues? He'd mentioned
watch out for them. They're very fastidious, and I knew of them. I knew that at some stage we'd have to meet the standards and show that we were meeting the standards, but we hadn't met them, and I wasn't sure exactly what he was talking about. It was just a passing comment, and he was no longer interested in supplying home care packages.
Did he mention sanctions at all?
No, not in our initial conversations, no.
So, can you recall approximately, roughly, when you were having these exchanges with Assist Home Care?
June, July 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was around those months. It was just phone conversation, and often a phone conversation would involve, could you please organise to go and see Mr. Smith? He's got an ulcer on his leg and it needs some attention. Could you do a wound care plan? And you know, by the way, we you know, we're having issues with this, or we're being. I knew about the purchase of the business. We'd also been contacted by this Queensland group about possibly being purchased or a partnership, going into a partnership, which is a common occurrence to receive emails from larger groups who are wanting to purchase smaller providers. And I've had several of them, and I hadn't entertained the idea. But I knew what he was talking about when he said that he was going to partnership with DJ Health, I think their name is, or was.
So this was all happening in I think you said about June 2018, around those months.
Approximately, yes.
Now you subsequently got an email, didn't you, telling you that you were going to have an assessment contact? Can you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember when I had that email, but yes, I believed that the quality agency made contact with all new providers and made an appointment to introduce themselves, or I can't remember the exact content, but that was my belief.
But it was, would it be correct to say that it was after this initial period in June 2018 when you were having dealings with Assist?
Yeah.
And in the course of 2018?
Yes.
If I suggested to you that email was received by you on the 9th of October 2018 in relation to an assessment which had been arranged for the 31st of October 2018, does that sound about right?
Yes.
So I want to ask you some questions about what you thought that was all about. I think you said a moment ago that you thought they made contact with all new providers. Was that all you thought, or did you think anything more about that?
I knew that there was a self-assessment, and myself and my colleagues sat down and worked through the self-assessment. We were quite honest with where we felt we needed to improve and where we thought our strengths were.
So this was a self-assessment that they asked you to fill in, was it, to complete? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Had they given you any information about what was involved in the assessment?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Can I just take you to paragraph, it's really starting at about paragraphs 25 of your statement, where you set out the fact of this investigation. And in paragraph 27 you say that on the 19th of October one of the staff received a phone call from the quality agency where she was reassured that the visit was informal and we would be treated in a friendly way. You can recall having that conversation, can you, with a member of your staff?
Oh, definitely. I remember feeling very relieved because I was a bit confused about the visit. I wasn't quite sure what it entailed. I thought they'd go through our self-assessment, and but I'd heard rumours about the way some providers had been treated during these interviews, so I was feeling a bit anxious. But staff colleague said that they'd had a very friendly conversation and it was nothing to be concerned about.
And then you say in paragraph 28 that shortly before you'd signed a lease and you made a request of the assessor for them to wait until you'd actually moved into the office. Do you recall that exchange? Yes. Was that a communication?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Was that a communication that you had with the assessing agency yourself?
Yes. Yes.
And can you just elaborate a little bit on that conversation?
Well, as I said earlier, we were trying to work they'd be in at 9 o'clock on the due date, and I think I said something like, well, it won't be accurate because we're not going to be working from that area. But, you know, I was confused. I didn't know what they were trying to achieve by assessing us, or maybe that it was more of an informal meeting if they didn't really mind where we were working from. It was all rather confusing.
In paragraph 29 of your statement, you might just want to have a look at that. You refer to the fact that the day before they were to arrive, or before the day they were to arrive, you asked whether the start could be delayed until 9:30 so that the RN, the registered nurse, with some particular client care plans would have time to get into the office. Do you recall making that request?
Yes.
And how did that go?
Well, they turned up at 8:55. They said no. And because the RN who had the care plans lives the other side of town, and with traffic, she wasn't going to have an easy time getting there by 9 a.m.
So they
just said no.
Okay. And so they turned up at 8:55, and did the RN, what time did the RN end up turning up?
I told her not to. I said, don't worry about it, they're here already. Forget it. So just, I didn't understand exactly what it was that they were looking for. I was confused about whether or not this was introducing themselves exercise or an assessment of sorts, but in my mind I thought they can't possibly assess us in this location without some of our paperwork. So I just said, don't bother coming.
You said to the RN, don't bother coming.
Yeah.
And she did not come.
No.
So if you look back at your statement in paragraph 30, you give a bit of evidence about how the visit proceeded, and you make the observation that they walked in, unpacked their bags, and they started asking questions quickly. And then you say, I found their manner and demeanour very confronting. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say you found their manner and demeanour very confronting?
It seemed like they had a pre-organised agenda. We've got a very friendly group of people, and we have a very relaxed atmosphere in our working day, and they just started firing questions at us from the minute they sat down, and it was chaotic.
Yeah. What sort of questions do you remember?
Where's your care plans? And they just went through the home care standards and demanded to know where this was, where that form was, where are the folders for this client. They criticised our service agreement, which I had done by a legal contract, a contract lawyer, and they just kept firing questions at us, and when we'd start to answer one, they'd fire another question at us. So it was very confusing and confronting.
Are you suggesting that they would ask you questions and then effectively not let you answer the question before they asked you another question? Is that the effect of what you've just put?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. And so we were running around between the photocopying machine trying to show them the evidence that they were looking for one thing, and then they were on to the next thing. And my two co-workers are both have Chinese backgrounds, and their English is great, but they found some of the language, the way they were speaking too fast, and they couldn't understand some of what they were saying, and they felt very upset by the way that they were being spoken to.
How many of them were there? That is to say, how many of the assessors were there?
2.
And when you say your staff felt very upset by the way they were being spoken to, is that a function of the rapidity of the questions, or is it a function of tone or volume, or all of those? Can you just elaborate a little bit on that? What else characterised the visit?
Just the unfriendliness of the staff that were asking questions. The staff I have are very, very polite, and they are very courteous, and they were not being treated in that way. They felt they were not being treated in that way. We had a half-hour break for some lunch, and I went outside, and they were both very close to tears. And I was trying to reassure them, saying, this is fine, this is all going to be positive feedback about things that we can do to improve our organisation, and we'll take this with us and ensure that we do a good job with the clients. So let's take this as something positive and use it to improve our organisation. I vividly remember that, and I was trying to calm them down. And then we went back in, and the meeting continued with more questions.
I think you accepted the suggestion that you were concerned about the tone and the volume. Can you just be a little bit more explicit about what you mean when you say you were concerned about the tone and the volume of the questioning?
Look, perhaps not the volume. I don't think that they spoke loudly or anything. It was just it felt like we were being interrogated, and we were confused as to why. They weren't particularly polite, and we felt that they were quite condescending, and that we should understand all of this, and where's this form, why don't you have this form? And whenever I questioned the need for a particular form or the language that they were using, I was criticised. And I thought, how could I possibly not understand, how could I was confused. I was genuinely, felt like I'd walked into a parallel universe.
Well, when you say that, you said, I think, that if you questioned the need for a particular form or the language that they were using, you were criticised. What do you mean by that?
Well, they just kept pointing back to the home care standards and saying things like, well, surely you understand this, or...
and you were familiar with the home care standards?
Yeah, we had several copies printed and on the table, and I think I had some copies laminated. So I accepted that, and we documented in our self-assessment that we did need to improve on some things, and that we were endeavouring to do so. There was no question that I thought we were perfect in any way, but I felt that the clients or the care we were giving was I believed exceptional. But we did need to improve on some of the paperwork. I agreed with them, and so I took the opportunity as something that we could really learn from. I didn't expect to be so heavily criticised for it.
Mm. And so I think you said they came at about 8:55, and I think you made some reference to breaking for lunch. Do you recall what time you broke for lunch? Or would have broken for lunch?
It was about 1 o'clock, I think.
So you say they'd been there...
We were exhausted.
You say they'd perhaps been there for about 4 hours when you broke for lunch. Is that about right?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
And did you resume with them after lunch?
Yes.
And do you remember roughly how long you think you resumed for?
Maybe another 3 hours.
So...
I can't remember exactly.
Do you remember how long they gave you, or you took for lunch?
Oh, only 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. And did they make... I'm sorry?
We didn't eat. We were rather traumatised. We didn't know what was going on. So I'd given them tea and biscuits and things like that. They may have had their own lunch. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
And so they were asking you these questions, you've said, and they were asking you, were they to look at particular documents? I think you've mentioned some of the care plans.
Yes.
And did you have care plans in place by this stage?
We had some, yes. Yeah, some, not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And a mistake had been made. When we got new clients, I made all of the staff go and visit them. So the bookkeeper and the human resource manager went out to visit every new client, so that when a client rang up, they'd know exactly who they were talking with on the phone. So all the staff got to know all of the clients, and on a couple of occasions the human resource manager had taken out the home care agreements, and he had asked a couple of the clients to sign them, and I'd recognised that that was inappropriate because we didn't have a full care plan in place for them. So I'd said, well, that's not a legal document because they haven't yet got their care plan fully established. So the process would have been repeated, but they were very critical of us for getting that done. And I'd said, look, it was a mistake. The exercise will be repeated. But it was just part of the process that we believed would be in the best interest of everyone, was for all of the clients and all of our staff.
So what did they say to you before they left?
I asked them, had we done something wrong? I didn't understand why they were, why they spoke in the manner that they did. I asked, have we done something wrong? And then I said, is this got something to do with taking on some of these clients from assist home care? And they said, no, didn't. They said that they visited all new providers, and they just said goodbye and left.
In paragraph,
Just
I'm sorry, just say that last sentence or so again.
Just that the staff and I just went on the couch and just fell on the couch and just went, oh my God, what just happened? Something to that effect.
One of the things you point out in paragraph 34 of your statement is that they told you that you didn't have any involvement with a peak body. Can you remember that? What was that conversation about?
Just who's your peak body? Like who do you? What organisation do you belong to get up-to-date information? And at that stage we didn't belong to anyone that I could pull off the top of my head. Subsequently I remembered some of the things that we do have in place, and they wrote down the name LASA for me. One of the ladies wrote the name down and suggested that we be in contact with them. And as soon as they left, I rang LASA and organised a meeting.
Did she tell you why she thought you should get in touch with them?
Just so that as a provider we can have up-to-date information, and just one of the requirements I thought she was saying was we had to be involved with the peak body. We were getting the SA Health emails regularly, and I think in section 35 I've mentioned who else we were involved with, but we weren't involved with LASA prior to that meeting.
Do you recall whether it had been suggested to you at the time you applied that it was necessary to become a member of a peak body?
Possibly, and it was something that I would have worked through at some stage. It just hadn't happened.
So in paragraph 35, I'm sorry, go on.
We had paid membership for ACHS to become certified, and the paperwork involved with that is quite substantial. And I thought that we'd just do one thing at a time, and we were working through ACHS certification. So the peak body membership may have happened down the track or may not. It wasn't on my mind, or the front of my mind at the time.
So if you have a look, ma'am, at paragraph 35 of your statement, you make the observation that, reflecting back, you'd already had some involvement with related bodies. You see that?
Yep. Yes.
And what do you say the significance is of that reflection after the visit from the assessors?
Well, I think we were sort of kept abreast of what was going on through the emails from SA Health and keeping our skills up to date with palliative care. And I've recently done a PEPA. The NDIS work we were doing also was answering some of the questions about quality standards and all that sort of thing as well. So we were moving in a direction. Obviously, it wasn't fast enough though for the quality agency.
Commissioners, in my assessment, I've still got at least half an hour to go with witness BC. If you're minded to take the morning break.
Yes, it may be convenient to give the witness a break. We'll resume at 11:45.
All stand. This court stands adjourned until 11:45. Silence or stand. Please be seated.
Commissioners,
Inspector McAvoy.
thank you for that additional time. We've just had a few document issues which we've had to resolve. I can see that witness CB is BC. I'm sorry, is still there. Now, ma'am, I think where we broke off before, we were dealing with the end of the assessment visit that you'd had on the 31st of October 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, what I want to do now is to ask you to have a look at an email that you was sent by the assessors. I'm not going to have it brought up on screen because it hasn't yet been appropriately anonymised, but I think that you or those with you will have a copy of it to show you, and I think the commissioners have a copy, and I think my learned friends for the Commonwealth also have a copy. I'll just record, commissioners, that the number, without it being brought up, operator, is CTH stock 4000 stock 1003 stock 2094. So if the witness could be shown that document. Now you'll see that this is an email to you from the then Australian Aged Care Quality Agency, dated the 19th of November 2018, and you'll see that it refers to an assessment contact having been conducted and that there's a report attached. Do you remember getting that email?
I'm sorry, I can't quite remember this particular email.
Okay, well, what is attached to that email is another document, which again I'll have shown to you, and commissioners, just for the record, that is CTH 4000 stock 1003 stock 2096. So ma'am, you see that's a document headed the assessment contract advice, and that was attached to that email I just showed you?
Yes, I've got that.
Yeah, now, you recall receiving this, I take it?
I can't recall getting this email, I'm sorry. It's quite possible I did.
Yeah. So just have a read of it, and you'll see there about halfway down the first page that it's observed that the following expected outcomes of the home care standards were not met by your service. You see that there?
Yes, I do.
Regulatory compliance, there were some issues there, information management systems, continuous improvement, physical resources, service access, etc. And then if you go over the page, you'll see there are a few more points made: assessment, care plan development, those sorts of matters.
Yes.
And you recall, would I be right to say that you recall at a general level that these issues were raised by the Aged Care Quality Agency?
Yeah, on a general level, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, can you see that heading about halfway down page 2, improvements, where it says a revised plan for continuous improvement is to be submitted by 30 November 2018, showing how the home care standards will be met.
Yes.
So do you recall being informed that you had to submit such a plan?
Yes. Yeah, and I believe we did. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the next document, and Commissioners, is just to be borne in mind that this is from the Aged Care Quality Agency. The next document to be considered is CTH, and you can bring this one up, operator, CTH 1002 stop 1002 stop 0055. And if the witness could perhaps be shown that hard copy of that document if one's available. So this document, which is in fact a little earlier in time, the earlier document having been provided to you on the 19th of November. This document from the Department of Health, which is dated the 8th of November, if you look at the first, about halfway down the first page, says that the relevant officer is satisfied that you haven't complied or aren't complying with one or more of your responsibilities under Part 4.12 or 4.3 of the Act. Because of your non-compliance, there's an immediate and severe risk to the safety, health or well-being of service users to whom you as an approved provider are providing home care, and it's appropriate to provide sanctions. You see that?
Yes.
And you recall receiving that notification from the department?
Yes.
And then if you turn over to Part A, there are listed a series of sanctions. I needn't read them out, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4 sanctions.
Yes.
And if you have a look at, it's page 5 of that document, it's, that is to say 0059, if the, so you see Part C,
Yes.
there's a finding that there's an immediate and severe risk. Do you recall what you did when you saw that?
I nearly collapsed.
And why was that?
The language, it was so inflammatory. I did everything for our client.
Commonwealth
A name of a Commonwealth officer was just mentioned in answer to witness BC's the question put by counsel assisting to witness BC, which is the subject of a non-publication direction. I request the Commission make a non-publication direction in relation to the name given by BC and the answer she just gave.
Yes, the name of the Commonwealth officer just mentioned by the witness shall not be published. A formal order to that effect will be made in due course.
Okay.
I should indicate, Commissioner, that the feed was stopped at that point, and so it's not gone any further than the hearing room.
Thank you.
Now, ma'am, you'll recall also from looking at this that one of the sanctions is that you are required to appoint an advisor and to appoint an administrator.
Yes, yes.
So, did you do that?
Yes, I rang Laser, and I thought we'd become members, but we hadn't paid their membership fee, so I think we weren't counted as members as yet. So they gave us the name of a person to contact regarding some assistance with meeting the standards.
Yeah, and do you recall the name of that organisation, ma'am?
ACMA, ACMA.
And so you contacted them, I take it?
I can't remember if I contacted them or if they rang me, but that contact was made.
And what happened then?
I can't remember what day of the week what it was, but it must have been toward the end of the week, because they organised a meeting on a Sunday, and they said that they were going to come and help us meet the requirements to get over these sanctions.
And did you know what their role was going to be? Can I direct your attention to paragraphs 41 and 42 of your evidence?
Yes, I'm reading that.
Mm. What was your state of knowledge? What was your state of knowledge about the role that they were going to play in your business at this point?
At this point, just that we were going to employ them to help us meet the standards that the quality agency felt we hadn't met.
And were there discussions with you about the terms of their retainer?
I believe so. On the day, on the Sunday that we met, it was discussed.
So in paragraph 44 of your statement, you talk about the quotation that you received from them.
Yeah.
And that was $165,000 for 6 months' work, you say.
Yes.
And you say you
told.
I'm sorry. Go on.
That was mentioned on the Sunday when we met them, and I was told that was the standard price for fixing up this kind of problem that we had.
And did you have access to those funds?
I borrowed the money.
And what was your reaction to that quotation?
I was really overwhelmed, but I didn't see an option because a couple of the clients that we had, one in particular, I promised that I'd be with her when she died, and I didn't know how I was going to be able to keep that promise if I didn't pay this money.
Now, you say there in paragraph 44 that they asked you for the first $35,000 up front. Were you able to pay that immediately?
I was able to borrow the money, and I can't remember how many days afterwards I paid it.
So thereafter there commenced your relationship with ACMA. You've given evidence in your statement, in a number of paragraphs of your statement, following on from about paragraph 44, about the nature of the relationship with ACMA. Do you want to make some comments to the Commission about how that developed?
It was very, on the Sunday we had the meeting, I was very concerned about them working with us because of the available space in our office, and they said to us that we could work in their office if need be. So I thought, oh, that's good because it won't be too squashy in the office. They said that they'd have a registered nurse come to check the clients, and I thought that was unnecessary, but I just went along with it because I said to them, I just need to get these sanctions met so that we can continue on with the work that we're doing. They sold themselves to be a very well-known, very reputable organisation that had a great deal of experience in this kind of work.
If you look to paragraphs 49 and 50 of your statement on page 6, you talk about the first meeting that you had with the department, and that you say in paragraph 50 that you attended that meeting and that somebody sat next to you. Who are you talking about there? Are you talking about, or can you indicate who you're talking about there?
The director of ACMA.
Yes. And you make the observation that communications with this person felt like that person worked for the department and you were confused about what his role was. Can I just ask you to unpack that a little bit? When you say communications with that person, what do you mean? What are you really saying there?
He spoke a lot with the people involved in the department and was promoting the department a lot. It was only the second time I'd met him, apart from the Sunday meeting. There was, I didn't speak to him a lot at that first meeting, other than to talk about what these sanctions involved. There was a subsequent meeting in another room where they had invited clients of ours to come, or family members to come, if they had any concerns about the care we were providing. No one turned up for it because they weren't concerned about the care, and a couple of the clients were quite cross that these sanctions were being put upon us because it was interfering with their care, they believed. So, in the second meeting, I was asked if I wanted to stand up at a podium, and I said, there's no one here to talk to. And there were quite a few people from the complaints area, I believe, who came and spoke with me. They were very nice to talk to and very thoughtful. And my ACMA team disappeared, and one of them was handing her card to the government staff, introducing herself, and the director was down the back having a chat with all of the government people, and I was left sitting on my own wondering why I was paying all of this money to them, because they weren't supporting me at that time, and I was absolutely terrified.
Operator, can I ask you to bring up CTH 1002 stop 1008 stop 0729. Now, ma'am, this is an email chain which I'm going to ask you to just cast your eyes over. It may be convenient if those assisting you where you are able to give you a hard copy of this if one is to hand. It might just make it a bit easier for you to look at. So, operator, perhaps if we go to the second last page, that's 733, which has got at the top on Tuesday, 20 November 2018 at 12:42. BC, are you looking at this on the screen, or are you looking at this in hard copy?
I'm looking on your colleague's screen.
Okay, so you'll see there that the person from ACMA is writing to you on the subject of national criminal history checks. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall an exchange in relation to this issue?
Yes, I do.
And then if you go to the preceding page, which is 0732, you'll see further communications from the ACMA person to you, 21 November 2018. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you see at the bottom of that page, you've indicated that you'll deal with this issue immediately. You see that?
Yes.
And then if you go back, go up as it were, to 0731, further exchanges in relation to this issue.
Yes, I've got that.
And then if you go to the preceding page, that's 0730, you'll see that the person from ACMA has written to you explaining the significance of national criminal history checks. Was this something that you were unaware of?
No, we know that staff have to have them.
So what was the issue here, really?
Oh, there was one registered nurse who whose criminal check wasn't on my desk. I'd seen her criminal checks previously, and he was insisting that it be on my desk, and I couldn't get it before the time that he wanted it, and there were emails going back and forth about her not being able to work until I'd seen it, and I said, I've seen it, I just don't have it in front of me at the moment. And he was becoming very authoritarian about it. And I said I'm comfortable for this staff member to work. I've seen her police check in the past, and I know she had another job at another nursing home in quite a high position, and I know that she had a proper police check there as well. So I couldn't see. I thought he was being quite pedantic.
You will see. You will see if you go back to the first page, that's 0729, that this train of email correspondence between you and ACMA was forwarded to an officer of the Department of Health. Do you see that?
Oh yes, yeah. I didn't realise that at the time.
So you didn't realise that at the time. What do you mean by that exactly, that you didn't realise that it had been provided to the department? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I had no idea he provided that to the department. It was an internal issue. It was.
So you don't recall instructing him to provide that to the department? Is that the position?
No. Why would I instruct him to do that? That was internal issue. I knew well that the registered nurse is highly trained, very experienced RN, who's was going to do the wound dressing of a gentleman she'd been doing it for several months on. I didn't know that he sent that on to the department, and I don't know why he would have.
And you didn't. Yeah, I'll withdraw that. Now, Commissioner, I should tender that train of emails, CTH 1002 1008 0729.
I'm wondering about this, Dr. McAvoy. There have been a whole lot of documents that have already been referred to and have not been tendered.
Yes.
This is going to be out of sequence.
Perhaps it would be.
Would it not be better to prepare a bundle?
Yes.
And tender the lot?
Yes, we'll do that, Commissioner. Thank you. We'll do that.
In chronological order.
Yes, we'll attend to that. Operator, can I ask you to bring up CTH 1002, stop 1007, stop 2482. Can I ask you, ma'am, to have a look at that email? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Do you did you instruct ACMA to provide this information to the Department of Health?
No, I don't, and I challenge what they've written. From the few words I've read, it's very defamatory, and I challenge it. And I wonder why I was paying ACMA if they were working for the department.
And did that report, that confidential report, would you say that assisted you to demonstrate to the department that you were meeting your obligations?
Oh, it's defamatory. it's just wrong. We couldn't work with the ACMA staff. They were in our face in the office.
Commissioner, that will also be included in the bundle in due course. Operator, can I have you go to THC 0001, stop 0002, stop 0007. Can you remember this document, Matt?
Not in particular, no. No, I don't think so. I recognise their logo.
Perhaps if, operator, you could go to page 0010.
No.
You see there the reference to fees, payments and terms. Do you remember this aspect of your engagement with ACMA?
No. It was a very confusing time. I can't remember seeing that. No.
You see there that under stage 1 there's a reference to a total fixed price of $163,680.
Yes.
And then you see underneath that there's stage 2, continuous improvement and training. And then at the bottom there's a total figure of $257,136. Do you see that?
Yes, I can now. Yep.
Can you remember in broad terms what the revenue of your business was at about this time?
I'd be guessing it would have been about 30,000, maybe.
30,000.
We had enough to pay our bills, and we were earning money, but we weren't earning a lot. We've subsequently brought on new clients, so we are in a bit better of a financial position, but we would have been turning over maybe $50,000. I'm guessing.
Maybe $50,000 over what period would you say?
Maybe over 12 months. We weren't making a lot of money, but we were paying staff, and I wasn't being paid. My work was pro bono for the company, put money back into the company. So I wasn't drawing a weekly wage.
Can I take you to paragraph 63 of your statement? So you got to a point, did you, where you decided you weren't going to do these home care packages anymore?
The registered nurse wasn't getting on well with the staff. The office that we had been offered with ACMA wasn't available because it turned out it was their accountant's office. It wasn't available for us to use, so they were in our very small office all the time. The boardroom that we've got access to wasn't always available, so it was very uncomfortable. And after a very upset staff member came in crying, I decided with great reluctance that we would no longer provide the home care packages. And I went and explained that to the ACMA staff, and they said okay, and they said one of the directors, I think she is, said, can you just give me a time to get a price list together for what it's going to cost to transition the clients out, and we'll need a contingency plan to talk to the clients. And I said, I'm going to take my staff out for coffee to debrief, and I did so, and I was very upset about it. And we had the coffee and I sent them home. I can't remember what time it was. I sat in the car and I rang the department, the Commonwealth Department lady, whose name I can't mention, and I spoke with her on the phone and I explained that we weren't going to continue. And then I spoke to a couple of clients in the car and said, I can't do it, I'm so sorry, and they were lovely. And during the time I was on the phone with the department and other clients, I was getting text messages from ACMA, one of which was, what time am I coming back? And the other one was, where's the blood pressure machine? And I rang back at some stage. It was around lunchtime, and I said, why are you continuing to ring? You know, we've stopped the home care packages, we need a bit of time to debrief and take this all on. And she said, we need the blood pressure machine for a client. And I said, well, I'm just close to that client's house. What do you want the blood pressure machine for? And because I keep all that equipment in my car. And she said she's had chest pain since, I don't know, what, early in the morning. And I said, what? I asked her, what time did you call the ambulance? And I was really upset, and adrenaline hit me, as it does when someone's experiencing chest pain. And I said, what time did you call the ambulance? And she said to me, I'm not going to discuss that with you on the phone. And I said, what are you talking about? She's got chest pain, I'm going to see her. And she said to me, can you not go and see any of the clients until we have a contingency plan? And I just thought, why would you not just deal with someone's chest pain before you deal with a contingency plan? Anyway, I raced over to the lady's home and started to do some observations, and she was with a friend, and the chest pain, it was probably the exacerbation of a lung infection she had, and she had chosen not to go to the general practitioner that day. She wanted to go the next day, and I was doing some, she'd been unwell. She was an unwell woman and had experienced a lot of pain, and I'd been to her home a lot to help her with getting her pain to a controllable level. And while I was doing the observations, the ACMA staff knocked on the door, and I just went, you've got to be joking. And they asked me to come out to the car park and discuss a contingency plan. And I said, you can't be serious. This woman's had chest pain since 9 o'clock this morning, and you've done nothing about it. And I sacked them. I said, I can't
so
I'm sorry,
there's a
Commissioner.
microphone.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Witness BC just mentioned the name of the Commonwealth officer again in her answer. Could I
Yes,
seek another one?
I apologise.
the same order applies in respect of the second utterance.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I should indicate, Commissioner, that the feed was stopped for that. Ma'am, you've said that you had to get a second advisor. How did that go?
It was a similar situation with very high fees and very little work on their part. I did all of the work, and I didn't think the service was of any value to us at all.
Can I just ask the operator to bring up CTH-1002-1016-3173? Do you recall that that email?
I can't really read it. So I'll just read your colleagues.
I'm sorry?
I'm just reading your colleagues on the computer. Yeah, I remember that.
Do you just want to explain what was going?
I signed a service agreement with a second advisor in a hurried manner. I had not paid enough attention to the fact that he wanted his money within 2 days of sending out an account, and included in his payment he wanted a screenshot of the transfer of money into his account. He also wanted $5,000 surety. So he had seen our accounts because he had been the advisor for Assist Home Care, so he knew a lot about the clients who'd been transferred to us. So he had seen our bank and he knew that we had the money in the bank to pay his account. And he sent an account. I paid the $5,000 to him, and then within, I think he'd done about 18 hours of work, he sent an account on a Wednesday afternoon, and I was so busy I didn't see it straight away. By the Saturday morning he was texting me, asking me to pay it, and I said to him, could I please have some time to spend with my family? It's a Saturday morning. Your account will be paid. You know that we've got the money in the account. And he just didn't stop. Just texted me, and then he sent a letter to the department saying he couldn't work with me because of honesty and because I hadn't paid the account within. This was on the Sunday afternoon. He emailed the account, and I received that email. I said, I actually paid your account about 3 hours ago, and he sent another email to the department saying it's okay now, he'll continue working with me because I paid the account, and he told me off for not sending him a screenshot of my payment.
So
consequently,
no, sorry, go on.
Sorry. Consequently, his behaviour became unworkable because I was actually doing all of the work transitioning the clients to their chosen providers, and I was visiting the clients. He didn't speak to one client. I beg your pardon, he did speak to one client who was inquiring about some money. I asked him which clients he'd spoken to, and he, at that stage, hadn't spoken to any of the clients. And so I was still visiting all the clients and speaking to their new providers and ensuring that their care was continuing on in much the same way it had been. And then I once again spoke to the department and said I can't work with these people that are charging me $280, I believe he was, an hour for doing so little work. And I was told that I'd have to find another provider by 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So-
Even though
Yep, go on.
I think we had four clients still that were transitioning out. We had dates for them to transition out, and we had there was just one client who was a bit tricky with whether or not she was going to continue with the home care package or go under the NDIS. But the department insisted that I get another advisor. And the gentleman who was our second advisor had several $1,000s of ours in credit, and several weeks later he still hadn't returned our money, and in the end I had to say, if you don't return the money by such and such a date, I'll be seeking remuneration through the small claims court. It just seemed there was one rule for these people and another rule for us, and it was really traumatic. And it blurred lines about who they were actually working for, the department or the provider.
So you say you were transitioning out with those 4 clients, and
Approximately.
yes, and the department, after you had decided that you couldn't work with the second advisor, the department said that you needed to have an advisor because you still had those clients. That's the position.
Yes, I was told that according to the Aged Care Act, it was a very strong position. The advisor's position was a very strong one, and it was necessary, and I had to do it.
So you So you then got a third advisor, did you?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And how did that go?
She's delightful. She's been very professional, very easy to work with, very kind, very affordable, and is just very, very good at what she does. And it shares my opinion of the lack of regulation around the advisors and the prices that they're charging.
And I think in paragraph 76 of your statement, you say that you were being charged about $100 an hour by her.
Yeah.
So in paragraph 77 of your statement, you say you wrote to the department imploring them to do something about these advisors and auditors, and you say you've received no response. Did you have any other? Did you have any discussions over the phone or any other discussions with the department about this?
I can't remember phone discussions. I just felt that I couldn't discuss anything with the department. They were completely inflexible and not prepared to take on anything that I had to say. They weren't interested, and I implored them to do something about a possible, if they had any ability to do anything about a level 5 package for palliative care for pensioners, if they, please do something about it so that people can die in their own homes with financial support. I think maybe I got a thanks for your email response or something.
Operator, could I ask you please to bring up CTH 1002 stop 1007 stop 3400. Just take a moment, ma'am, to familiarise yourself with that email.
Yes, yeah.
Do you recall sending that?
Yes, I do.
So there's a reference in the third paragraph of that email to offers to buy my clients.
Yes.
What's all that about?
I think the news that we were no longer going to provide home care packages spread rather quickly, and I started receiving calls from other approved providers wanting to take the clients. And one provider suggested that you can buy the clients, and I said that's a bit tacky, and how can that work with consumer directed care? And he said, oh no, it's a known practice. The advisors all bought me pamphlets and brochures, which I proceeded to throw in the rubbish bin. The ACMA had already spoken to another provider prior to me deciding to discontinue providing home care packages, and they walked in with 20 beautifully presented media packs for another provider, and they said, oh, they took the opportunity to discuss it with another provider because they thought maybe I wouldn't continue. And the second provider told me that he had a relationship with a well-known provider, and he would like me to suggest that our clients go to that provider.
Now you just said. So you just said, and the second provider told me that he had a relationship.
Right.
You mean advisor?
I meant auditor. Auditor, sorry.
Right.
The second chap who was our auditor had a relationship with another approved provider and wanted me to suggest that the clients go to that provider, and I said no, it's consumer directed, and so I didn't recommend any provider who'd offered me money or fees for service or whatever. I just said to everyone to choose who they wanted, and I knew a couple who I had brokerage agreements with and who I think are quite good providers, so a few went to them.
So you sent this email to the department on the 15th of December 2018. Did you have any response to it?
No, I don't think so.
Are you aware of whether the department ever did anything in relation to your articulation of these concerns?
No. No.
Are you aware of whether the department ever visited any of your clients to ask them about the quality of the care you were giving them?
No. No. I'm still in contact with some of those clients. In fact, some of them, two of them I still do work for in a private capacity because their packages don't offer them enough care, so we go in and do private care. So they've not told me about any visits from anyone.
Now, turning to your advisors and your administrators, aside from the matter you refer to in paragraph 63 of your statement, did they ever visit your clients?
No, the female one refused to. She said she'd speak to one man on the phone. The registered nurse did visit with me, one of the clients, and she spoke to them on the phone, but the director of ACMA didn't see any clients. I don't think he spoke to any either.
Would you mind telling the Commission, ma'am, what sort of administration fees you're charging clients?
15% for everything.
And
Flat fee.
I think you said, did you, that you've still got 2 clients that you're dealing
Oh,
with?
we're not charging them. We don't charge them. One of them is has been in respite, so we've still got to hand her money to whoever. She may be going to the NDIS, I'm not sure, but her money is just sitting there waiting to be transferred. We don't charge her anything.
So you're still paying it? I'm sorry, go on.
We don't charge on top of anything, and other providers I've spoken with said if they charge 15%, they'd have to close their doors. But we were able to make a comfortable living on 15% flat fee. So that 15% includes my phone calls to organise bandages or wound dressings or equipment for the client. It includes organising a lawn mowing man, and we don't charge extra on top of the service. A lot of providers insist on using their own handyman and things because they charge a fee on top of the fee. So if the handy people have got police clearances and they're known to the client, we're happy to use them. We'd go for the cheaper option, but 15% is a perfectly adequate amount of money for any provider, I think.
So just going back to this one client that you say you've still got who's in respite care at the moment, are you still having to pay an advisor at present?
Yes, the department are asking her to do jobs on my behalf, so I'm having to pay her, and they're not consulting me about it.
Well, what sort of jobs are they asking her to do on your behalf?
To see whether or not she wants to continue having a home care package. And we've been told by her social worker that she doesn't. She wants to go under the NDIS. So the department are emailing my advisor and asking her to do all these jobs that inevitably I'm going to have to pay for.
Commissioners, I have no further questions of this witness for the moment. A couple of matters arising, I think. One is the request for direction not to publish pursuant to section 60D(3) of the Royal Commissions Act. I have a draft form of order here, which, if it's convenient, I can provide to you over lunch and adjournment to be made. The other aspect of this is that I apprehend that my learned friend for the Commonwealth does wish to cross-examine. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to him about that, having heard the evidence of the witness. Perhaps in all the circumstances and given the time, it might be desirable if I do that now over lunch, and I can indicate to the commissioners at 2 p.m. what the position is there, and you can decide how to proceed.
Mr. Arnott, is it your wish to apply for leave to cross-examine?
It is, Commissioner.
Yes, and on what issues?
Commissioner, there are certain factual matters which were put by witness BC in relation to her interactions, particularly with the Quality Agency, in connection with the visit on the 31st of October. In the lead up to that and at that session, which I want to ask her some questions about and show her some additional documents.
Well, we're minded to grant you leave in respect to the conduct of the assessors and her interaction with those assessors.
Yes.
But it will, unless you persuade us otherwise, limited to that subject.
Commissioner, that's all that I would seek leave to address.
And how long would you be needing the witness for that purpose?
I think it will be 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes. Can we maintain the link at 2 o'clock for that purpose?
I would think so, Commissioner. If it is only to be 15 minutes, I wonder whether it would be better to do it now.
Yes, I think that would be the better course. The witness has been in the box all morning, and to bring her back for 15 minutes in an hour's time, I think would be undesirable. So, Mr. Arnott, you have leave to ask those questions now.
I'm grateful to the Commission. Witness BC, my name is Arnott. I appear for the Commonwealth, and I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may. Can I start by asking you about paragraph 26 of your statement? Do you have that there in front of you?
Yeah.
You refer to receiving an email on the 9th of October 2018. Could witness BC be shown by the operator document CTH.4000.1003.2088?
Well, it's not been redacted yet, so it has, is it? Is it? Okay, I'm told it hasn't, but anyway, it hasn't.
The version down here seems to be.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Ma'am, can you see that document? Was that the email you received on the 9th of October 2018 that you referred to in paragraph 26 of your statement?
Possibly, yes.
Do you have some doubt about that?
There was a lot of documents.
Okay.
I think it was. I think so.
How did you identify, for the purpose of preparing your statement, that you received an email on the 9th of October 2018?
I would have gone back through emails that I had received, and that would have been the date, I suppose.
Thank you. Can you see that this email attaches 2 documents? Let me help you. Can you see at the top of the page it has from, to, date and attachments?
Yeah, yes.
And can you see there's 2 documents attached?
Yes, okay, gotcha, yeah.
Can you see one is an information sheet?
Yes.
Can you see the other is a letter to care recipients?
Yes.
Could the witness be shown document CTH.4000.1003.2089?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you see that that's the information sheet that's attached to that email?
Yes.
Do you recall reading this document on or around the 9th of October 2018?
It would have been one of many, yep.
Do you recall reading it?
Yes, I'll say yes, because, yeah, some of it's familiar.
Thank you. Can you see at the bottom of the first page it says, where an assessment contact has been arranged in the form of a visit to a site, the approved provider will be notified at least 14 days prior to the proposed date of the visit. This notice includes the form of words that must be used to inform care recipients about the visit.
Yeah. Yes.
And can I ask you at that point to be shown CTH.4000.1003.2092?
Yep.
Do you have there a document that's headed "Meet my seniors' need"? I apologise.
Yes.
Commissioner, I uttered some
Well,
words.
we're at a disadvantage because the document hasn't come up. If you just bear with us until it can be called up on the
Yes,
screen.
I might repeat the number in case that assists. CTH.4000.1003.2092.
Yes, we have it now.
Now, do you see there a pro forma letter to be sent
Yes.
to care recipients?
Yes.
And you said now, as at, I think your evidence earlier was that as at the 31st of October 2018, BD, your company, was operating out of your home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long had you been operating out of your home?
Since the inception, which is 2016.
So by
We
this,
only had a few clients. We worked in other people's homes. There was no need for an office until we started working with the home care packages.
okay. Now, can I ask you another question about your statement? You say in paragraph 36 you received a report. Do you say that?
Yes.
And then in paragraph 38 you say that you were then sanctioned by the Department of Health. Do you say that?
Yes.
So your evidence is that before being sanctioned, you'd received the report referred to in paragraph 36?
Yeah, just within a couple of days before, I believe.
Yes.
Can't remember the dates, I'm sorry, but yeah, it was only a matter of days.
Okay.
And I started to prepare a response.
Thank you. Could the witness please be shown document CTH.1002.1001.3863? Ma'am, you have the document there?
Yes, I do.
It's a document headed Home Care Assessment Contact Report.
Yes,
Is this the document that you received and that you refer to in paragraph 36 of your statement?
I believe so. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, can you see on the first page the date of the assessment contact, the 31st of October 2018? Can you see that? And can you see there that the time the visit commenced was 9 a.m. and the time that it concluded...
It was actually 8:55.
Thank you. And the time that it concluded was 1:30 p.m. Can you see that?
Yeah, I would say that's inaccurate.
Can you see at the bottom of the page there's the name of a team leader which has been blacked out, and the name of a team member who's been blacked out?
Yes.
Do you recall that it was two officers from the agency that attended your site?
Yes.
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 And this report says that they started their visit at 9 a.m. and say 8:55, and they concluded their visit at 1:30 p.m. A period of 4.5 hours between the two officers is 9 hours in total. Can you see that in the report?
Yep, I see that they've written that.
And what I'd like to ask you, Witness BC, is that the recollection that you set out in paragraph 32, that the visit lasted 6 or 7 hours, is incorrect.
I would disagree with that.
What I'd like to put to you is that the visit actually concluded at 1:30 p.m.
She said that's inaccurate.
I would disagree with that.
Now, if you could go over the page, please, to page 3 of the document.
Yep.
Can you see there a page that's headed Audit Trail?
Yes, I can see that.
And can you see that the interviews that were conducted by the agency are there identified?
Yes.
The reference to the director is to yourself,
That's right.
and then the accounting and finance manager and the human resources manager are the two people that worked with you in your home office.
That's correct.
Then on the right-hand side, can you see care recipients?
Yes.
Does it accord with your recollection that the quality agency spoke to 5 of the care recipients you were responsible for during this inspection?
I don't know how many they spoke with. I wasn't there when they called them. I do know that one of the recipients wasn't home and he wanted to speak with them because he was unhappy about the sanctions. He rang up and asked to speak with them. The person there wasn't available and she didn't return his call.
On the 31st of October, you hadn't yet been sanctioned, had you?
No, I'm talking about further down the track.
I see. And then the registered nurse, can you see there that the quality agency records an interview with the registered nurse?
Sure, yep, got that.
Your evidence to the Commission was that you told the registered nurse not to come into the office on this day. Is that correct?
Well, there was no point. Yes. Yep.
And so, did the agency speak to the registered nurse by telephone?
I don't know. I wasn't privy to that phone call.
And you'll see there, then there's interviews with support staff, and there's 3 interviews. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
That's a reference to interviews with actual support workers who are employed or engaged by BD to provide the home care services in the home of the care recipients you were responsible for.
I believe that some of the staff that they spoke with were some of the staff that had come over from assist home care that may not have known us as well as other staff. Some of the staff that had previously worked for assist were coming over with the clients to continue their care.
Were the staff that the quality agency spoke to on that day staff who were providing services to the care recipients BD was responsible for at that time?
They would have been, but they would have been brand new staff, I suspect.
Now, can I ask you to go over to page 4 of this document? And can you see about halfway down the page, there's a bullet point that says the company director and management staff interviewed were not aware of their responsibilities under the Act?
Yes, I can see that.
Can you see that it continues, management said they are still trying to work out what the home care package and related processes and systems are and have not yet developed a system to ensure that they are up to date with all aged care related legislation and guidelines or of those relating to an approved provider of home care packages. Do you see that?
I dispute it, but yes, I can read it.
Do you deny saying that to the Quality Agency on the 31st of October?
Those words, no, I didn't say it in that way at all.
Now,
I would have said, and as I explained earlier in our self-assessment, we were still learning about some things, yes. But I didn't. The way that they've worded it makes it sound like we had no idea what we were doing.
Now, can you see at the bottom of the page it says, we viewed 12 home care agreements, all had been signed by the care recipients but not by the provider, and there was no information about their individual budget. The care plan attached to the agreement was also signed by the care recipient but was blank in relation to the services that were to be provided.
I think I brought that up earlier in my evidence when I discussed that there was some mistakes made when staff went out to introduce themselves and had got clients to sign forms, and I explained to them that they weren't legally binding, so we'd have to do them again.
Your evidence before, wasn't it, that you were aware at this date that at least some care plans for care recipients under your care had not been completed? That was the evidence you gave to the Commission earlier, wasn't it?
Some, yes. But we still didn't have all of the clients from assist home care through the portal yet.
And you
we weren't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please continue.
No, I'm fine. I'm finished.
And you were aware, as at the 31st of October, of the contents of the home care standards, is that right?
Yes, we were. We'd heard that they were changing, so I was a bit confused about what the updated home care packages, the home care standards was going to include, but yeah,
Was there some uncertainty in your mind as to whether you had to comply with the home care standards as they were at that time?
No, I just didn't know if we were going to have to go around and change everything that we were doing because they were changing the standards.
Were you aware, as at the 31st of October, that item 2.3 of the home care standards required the completion of a care plan?
Yes.
But nevertheless, it hadn't been done for all of the care recipients under the BD's care.
That's right.
Thank you.
When the clients came over from assist care, they came with absolutely no paperwork whatsoever. So we had to go out and interview each client individually again. Assessments had been done. We were in the process of doing all the work that's set out in the home care standards. We didn't have the time to complete it by the time the quality agency knocked on our door at 8:55 on the 31st of October.
Can I ask you to go to page 13 of this document, please? can you see there a section about a third of the way down that's a heading, staff interviewed said they do not receive documented information about clients? Do you see that heading?
Yes.
And do you see there that it says all staff interviewed said that they do not have access to care plans or documentation relevant to care recipients? Staff said they find out about care recipients' care needs and other information through either talking with the care recipients themselves or a call from the service provider. And staff said the office...
So I would suggest that that came through from Assist Home Care. These would, I don't know who they spoke with, but as I've explained, the care plans we hadn't had the opportunity to do for all of the staff, for all of the new clients. We had to start from scratch. So if the quality agency spoke to staff who had transitioned over from Assist Home Care, I'm not surprised that they've said what they've said.
It continues, staff said that the office does not provide them with information about the care or services required for each care recipient, and that the only information they get is the time and day they are required to see a care recipient. Do you see that?
I reiterate what I just said to you.
And at the bottom of the page, do you see the final bullet point? It says all care recipients interviewed, that was the 5 care recipients identified at the beginning, said that they do not recall having a representative from the service.
No, there's no knock there.
I apologise, I withdraw that. They do recall having a representative from the service visit them when commencing services. However, they could not remember if this visit included an assessment of their needs and requirements, or all confirmed they had been provided, or all confirmed they had not been provided with a care plan. Do you see that?
I reiterate what I've earlier said.
Now, can you go over the page, please, to page 14? And do you see a underlined section about halfway down saying, Home Nursing Solutions does not have care plans developed that are based on assessed needs. All care recipient files did not have a completed care plan. Care plans were not completed or were left blank, however were signed by the care recipient. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And at the bottom of the page, can you see that it states, we viewed care recipient agreements that contained care plans that showed the following? Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And the names of the care recipients are blanked out, but you can see there about 10 or so agreements that were reviewed. Sorry, 12 agreements.
These are all clients who came from Assist Home Care.
And can you see there that there's, in that list, there's 2 clients who have a level 3 package? Can you see that?
Yes.
A level 3 package requires an intermediate level of care.
Yes.
And there's 3 care recipients who have a level 4 package. Can you see that?
Yeah, but one of them was, two of them were in respite. So the first lady and the lady at the bottom were in respite. They weren't, and their packages had been suspended. And the other lady who's on the level 4 package had a care plan which was in her home, and it's one of the care plans I wasn't able to get to the quality agency.
Now, I think your evidence to the Commission has been that by around the 4th of December 2018, you had made the decision to no longer provide home care services through BD. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall a meeting on the 5th of December involving your advisor GG and the department at which planning was made and assistance was given by the department to assist you to transfer the care recipients under the care of BD to other providers?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure who. So could you repeat that? I'm sorry. On the 5th of
5th of
I don't
December.
think I had a meeting on the 5th.
Nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you. Dr McAvoy?
Nothing by way of re-examination, Commissioner, no.
All right. Well, now, we've got to deal with the tender document issue, which has arisen because of the separation of witness and courtroom. What I want those instructing you to do, please, is to assemble a bundle of all the documents that you've taken witnesses to, and that Mr Arnott has taken witnesses to, with a covering sheet identifying those documents in chronological order, and when they're tendered, I will assign an exhibit number to each of them. And may I remind you that a similar arrangement was put in place yesterday in relation to Mr Holmes's documents, and they'll need to be tendered at some stage.
We do need to attend to that as well, Commissioner. Yes, thank you.
All right. Now, how are we placed logistically for the rest of the evidence for today?
We have obviously gone over a little. I think that Ms Dowling will be the next witness after lunch, and it may be, Commissioners, that subject to your convenience, we would ask you to sit a little longer today to accommodate the
Are you
overrun.
reasonably confident that if we sit a little longer today that we will complete the list of witnesses who you propose to call today?
I may need to take some instructions about that. I'm not sure that I...
Well, you might let us know the answer to that. I'm proposing to adjourn until 2:15, and if you work on the basis that we are, in principle, willing to sit on for a reasonable time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
At 4 o'clock. Yes. The Commission will adjourn until 2:15.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:15.
Please open the commission.
Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Hill.
Commissioners, I call Mari Dowling.
Yes.
Mari, the associate is now going to take your affirmation.
Repeat after me, so say what I say after. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that
the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole
the
truth,
whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Dowling. I'll now proceed to ask you some questions. Ms Dowling, could I ask you to please state your full name?
Mary Tyrrell Beatrice Dowling.
And what is your age?
I'm 84.
And you're legally blind?
Yes.
And you wear a hearing aid?
Where do I live?
You wear a hearing aid? You've got an aid in for your hearing?
Sorry. Can you say again?
Certainly. You wear a hearing aid?
Yes.
And you've got that in today?
Yes.
And as we just did, if you can't hear me at any time, please just say so.
All right, I will. I'm fine at the moment.
Where do you live, Ms Dowling?
In North Fitzroy, Victoria.
You prepared a statement dated the 15th of March 2019.
Yes.
Madam Associate, if I could ask you to hand to the witness this document. Commissioners, that document,
Thank you.
document ID WIT stop 0077 stop 0001 stop
Yes.
0001 is displayed on the monitors. Ms Dowling, have you just been handed a copy of your statement?
Yes.
And you see your signature on the last page there? See a space for your signature.
I did sign it on the last page, yes.
Thank you, Ms Dowling. Are there any changes you seek to make to your statement?
No?
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I tender the statement of Mari Dowling.
Yes, the statement of Mari Dowling dated the 15th of March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-34.
Ms Dowling, you've travelled from Melbourne to give your evidence to the Commission in Adelaide today.
Yes.
How was that?
Well, good, thank you.
And you've said you live in a retirement village. You live in a retirement village in North Fitzroy.
That's right.
And do you live by yourself or do you live with other people?
No, I live by myself.
And how long have you been living there for?
How many years?
Yes.
9, almost 9 years.
And you used to live in Albert Park, didn't you?
I did.
And how long did you live in Albert Park for?
I lived myself there for 30 years, and my late husband lived only 19 years there. He died 20 years ago this year.
Your late husband being Mr. Colin Watson.
Colin Watson, yes.
And have you got any relatives in Australia? Do you have any family members that live in Australia?
No, I'm by myself in Australia with no relatives.
And before you retired, what sort of work did you do?
Oh, I was a librarian.
Could you tell the Commissioners a bit about your time as a librarian?
Yes, thank you. I trained originally in the UK and I came to Australia in 1964. And I've worked in Camberwell, the city library as it was then, and in Williamstown, where I was chief librarian, and then in a college of what is now the Catholic University.
When did you retire, Miss Dowling?
In 1989.
And what led you to retire?
Oh, my eyesight. I had failing eyesight from about 1984.
And what does that mean for your vision, Miss Dowling?
Well, the first problem was myopic macular degeneration from having long eyes and very short sight. And that means that the centre part of your retina is very scarred and clouded. And then about 20 or so years ago, I got glaucoma, the same cause, long eyes pressing against the optic nerve, and that reduces the field of vision.
Is it fair to say you've been living with vision difficulties since 1984 and 1985?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You've been living with vision impairment since 1984, 1985?
Yes, since I retired. It was minor at first, which is why I retired, 5 years later in 89. But since 1984, there's definitely been problems, yes.
And what's it like today, Ms Dowling?
Well, the quality is not good. I mean, I can perceive the general scene and objects and people, but whether they have their glasses on or not, or sometimes even whether they're a male or female figure, I can't tell. It's just a poor quality and clouded.
Did you come to access My Aged Care?
Did I?
Did you access My Aged Care?
Yes, I have.
What prompted you to access My Aged Care?
Well, it was, I had for some years been having council help. It was called personal care, first in Albert Park and then in North Fitzroy. And I knew that would come to an end because I'd been told by the Yarra Council they were given a 2-year extension of their services. Most of the municipalities in Australia were. But I knew that it would come to an end, and I thought that it was the service, the only one known to me, that I could get help in the house, and knowing that with my age, I would need possibly greater care than I do now. And that's why I quite soon prepared to get into My Aged Care.
How did you access My Aged Care?
Well, I really had only the telephone to make inquiries on, and it was very difficult, actually, but I did get in eventually.
What was difficult about it?
The fact that it was all online and very tiny, and I have never been online, I can't access online services due to my poor vision. I wish I could, of course I used computers as a librarian, but it's just not possible now. And that made it very, very hard. I did read, after a fashion, some of the material that was sent out by My Aged Care, And I took care to get everything I could. I went out of my way. And however, a lot of it was pretty vague, and it was quite hard, a difficult process.
Did you request letters from My Aged Care?
Did I?
Request letters written?
Well, I was given to understand that this sort of help, by having on the phone, I was given to understand that this was not what would happen, that it was all online, and they could talk to me on the telephone, but I got very few items in writing.
Madam Associate, could I ask you to show Ms Dowling this document? Ms Dowling, could I ask you to take a look at that document?
Yes.
Is that a letter that you received from My Aged Care?
Yes, eventually.
And is that letter written to you in a form that you can read?
Yes, it is.
And what is it about the form?
It's black on white, it's large point size of the characters, and the spacing is very good. Spacing is a real issue because I tend to wander up and down to the next line, so that's good.
I tender that, Commissioners, and it has a document ID number of MDO stop 0001 stop 0001 stop 0005.
It's best described, is it, as a letter from My Aged Care to Ms Dowling. Does it have a date?
23 March 2018.
March 2018, thank you. The letter from My Aged Care to Ms Dowling dated 25 March 2018 will be Exhibit 2-35.
As the Commission pleases. Ms Dowling, could I ask you to put those papers to one side?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ask a friend or a neighbour or anyone for help with My Aged Care?
Look, I discussed the matter with friends and people in the retirement village, but I didn't ask them to do anything for me because my belief is that had I had someone, maybe, but I didn't have someone close to me who could explain it all the time. Now, in a retirement village, most people are there because there is a problem of some kind, either financial or physiological, and that's why they come in. And they have their own families, their own problems, and I felt that I had to get across the detail of My Aged Care somehow, or I wouldn't comprehend fully and be able to respond in an appropriate manner and really find out what the scheme had to offer me. So I believe that I had to be responsible for myself and for somehow gaining that knowledge, which was very, very difficult.
Had you been asked about your disability by My Aged Care?
Had I been asked?
About your disability by My
Oh,
Aged
no. No, not at all. You're all very much equal on the phone, and nobody ever asked me. I actually made efforts to get large print. It's not the full answer because it's difficult to read anything, to be honest. To look fixedly at anything tends to induce eye strain and other problems. But I made them aware, certainly. But the trouble is, I got a different person on the phone every time. There was no continuity in relation to me of any kind of service at that stage.
You spoke to your local MP about the problems you were having, didn't you? Did you speak to Adam Band, MP, about the problems you were having?
About the
Difficulties you were having?
on the phone?
With My Aged Care?
Did I tell them? Oh yes, absolutely.
And did you speak to your local Member of Parliament?
Yes, in the end, I went to Adam Band, who is the member for the seat of Melbourne, and shall I explain why precisely?
Certainly. Please do, Ms Dowling.
It was actually about a problem that I had with the income test that I went, and coincidentally to looking into that problem, I was elevated to a higher level, I believe a public service level, not a call centre level, and I found out that there was a Director of Information for the Health Department whose job it is to put material on the health system into a usable form by disabled people. But the fact that I was disabled did not weigh with anyone at this stage at all. There did seem to be no recognition of the fact that I was registered disabled.
How did you feel when you found out that there was that branch available to you?
How do I feel about
Finding out about that special area for your call to be taken to?
special area? Sorry.
The Director of Information.
I know I contacted her. I was given her direct phone number, and either she contacted me, I can't remember which way around, or I contacted her, and it turned out she has a separate unit whose, as I say, job it is to render the material usable. And she did send me some material. Now, this was fairly late in the piece. And, yes.
In your statement, Ms Dowling, you say, I had been feeling such anguish and desperation.
Yes, I did. I did. You see, I had tried my best, and there seemed to be a lot of referring to other people who might be able to help me, and then they turned out really not to be all that helpful. I did the rounds, and people would say, go to the providers. Go to the providers, they know more about the scheme, or go to the assessors. You see, the first thing I had was the assessment for My Aged Care. And however, the assessors are extremely busy doing so many assessments with so many people in the queue for My Aged Care that I really didn't feel it was fair to And their knowledge was limited anyway. They are assessors, not experts on the scheme itself.
In April 2018, you were offered a home care package.
Yes.
How long had you been waiting?
I've been waiting for a year, about a year, to get an offer.
What did you do once you received the offer?
Well, I had started earlier. I redoubled my efforts to go to providers, of which I was sent a list. I was sent a list of providers, but I really had no idea which providers would be suited for my special needs. Really not that special, it's widespread in the community, but I went to various local charities, and only to find out that no, that wasn't what they did. They did other activities that I wasn't eligible for. I contacted Vision Australia, and I wasn't eligible for the scheme, their part of my aged care. They seem to have clients, and those clients who are receiving services unique to Vision Australia can get the help if they're already using the services of Vision Australia. Then they can come under Vision Australia's section called My Aged Care. But that's not, that I don't need to go to Vision Australia, and I'm not really eligible for those services. So I just was really desperate, and
How much
didn't
time?
know what to do. Really, I didn't know where to go with it at all.
How much time did you have to do this?
Did this process take? Well, it took months. It's hard to put a figure on it, but I had been looking, and the vagueness of the scene out there, you know, in the community, these providers and so on, I just couldn't get across it.
Did you have any help?
No. At this stage, no.
Did you get any help?
I did eventually, because my assessor was originally doing my assessment at St George's Hospital in Kew, which is part of the St Vincent's network of hospitals. Then she moved to St Vincent's in Fitzroy, the main St Vincent's hospital, and she noticed that there was a young man whose job it was, I think he was employed for a short period of time, like 3 months, or maybe 6 months, I can't remember now, to engage both staff and clients in my aged care. That's what he was there for. And he was part, for convenience and taking messages and so on, he was part of St Vincent's at Home unit, which is the part of St Vincent's Hospital that provides care in the home after discharge of hospital patients from St Vincent's. So she happened to inquire about him, find out what he was doing, and really made it happen that I could apply for help, and that lasted for 3 weeks. Now, I should explain that why was I so laid back and going around looking at providers and so on? When I got my extension of time, because I was by no means ready after the first period of time I was given, I did get an extension. This was all done on the phone with no paperwork attached to it whatsoever. And I asked when the extension was for, and they said, oh, till August 2018. So I tended to relax a bit and think, well, okay, that's fine. It was a number of months at this stage. It was just before the expiry of my first period. And to find out from the assessor, who took an interest in my case and was now at St Vincent's, the same assessor who did my assessment, that my funds would expire and my offer would be withdrawn on the 24th of May was a huge shock. And luckily, it was more or less coincidental with my getting the help from the young man at St Vincent's, and he was helpful. He came to my home and suggested people I didn't really know. I mean, it's very hard when everything is online. It's virtually impossible for someone with my poor vision on their own to go to each website of each provider and try and assess them that way. I had tried physically going to charities or help people who were providers, I thought, and that didn't work either, and that's very limited. I have a limited capacity for doing that anyway. And I was really at the end of my tether when this young man came on the scene and suggested two providers, both of whom turned us down because I need ongoing help, preferably by the same people who come to my house, and they couldn't. Things out, and I finally went with Uniting Care.
How did you feel to have these accessibility issues?
Oh, look, I felt really absolutely at a loss and being unable initially to find help. It was so stressful, and I really felt sorry, I've got a word and it'll come in a minute. Depersonalised, worthless, unable, of course, to organise my own care, and I really felt demoralised by the entire process. And I think it is not fit for purpose, and I can explain further if you have questions on that.
Yes, please do.
Well, I think it's really useless to have my aged care only accessible online. It's targeted absolutely at people over 65, I understand, many of whom have never used a computer. The other thing, why am I by myself? I'm a migrant. I came in 1964, as I say, and many migrants have no family in Australia, and distance is a problem if they have. You really have to have someone on the spot on an ongoing basis to engage them in something as complicated as getting into my aged care. And I really think that it's hard, it's too hard, and it's untenable for disabled persons to be just cast into this game, this chance of getting into my aged care with a disability. Some people may be able to do it because their disability is no hindrance to their accessing online, etc., making phone calls. But I wasn't in that position, and I think it would be necessary, in my view, for every disabled person trying to access my aged care to be eligible for suitable help at the expense of the Commonwealth in order to assist them to get into my aged care. As we were saying, I live in a retirement village, and so many, mainly elderly women, have said, oh, it's just too hard. I'll just give up. I'll stay as I am, and my daughter will have to keep coming up from the country, or whatever their arrangements are now. They resolve to continue with them because it's just all too hard. And they can't do it.
Ms Dowling, what's your message to this Royal Commission?
My message to the Royal Commission is that a review be held into the engagement of disabled persons in my aged care. We expect, of course, that all persons now on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, on turning 65, will come into my aged care. It's the only thing, that's all there is. And I think their advantage would be that they've already possibly established their care systems while under 65. Now, the over 65s, to which I belong, are huge in number due to the migration in the 50s, 60s and 70s. And it's really difficult. A lot of, then leaving that aside, many people, certainly in my retirement village, do not have the level of education either to be able to cope with the existing arrangements. They require help anyway. But I'll limit myself to the disabled sector. I think there should be a thorough review with engagement of people who already are in the scheme and those who wish to, those on the waiting list, I suppose, those who, hopefully those who failed to get in because they just found it all too hard. I mean, this was, there has to be some help for disabled people. I take no joy at all in asking for help. I should know these things. I was a librarian. I should be able to do it. And because of my vision, I can't. And because I was a librarian, I think I'm across the various avenues of help which I approached, such as Vision Australia, of course, the major one in Melbourne anyway. So I really think that a review is essential.
Thank you, Ms Dowling. I've concluded my questions. The commissioners who are seated to your left may have some questions for you.
I only have one question, Ms Dowling, and that is, you have told us that you have a care provider now. Is the care you are receiving of a standard that actually assists you in the way that you wish?
Yes and no. I'll explain if I may. I was allocated to level 2 of home care, which only provides me with my present provider, 3.5 hours a week. That is barely enough to do essential tasks like reading the incoming mail and other documents, filing, etc., computer work. I need to be have access to computer work through my care person, but this is far too little. I should have been on level 3, in my opinion, initially, but I have since been assessed for level 3, and I'm on the waiting list for it. And I believe the waiting list for another level is another year at present. So I don't know that it will be a great improvement. The other thing I could do, but I feel unable to do, is shop around for a better provider. I don't believe, I like the provider I'm with. The problems are two. One is the hours I've referred to. The other is the variable quality of staff they send. Some of them are largely untrained. Some of them are very good because they already have the skills. I don't know that it's due to the training they've had from the provider or... I require a higher level of service than the ordinary cleaning, shopping and showers level. And quite a few of the people on the staff of my provider don't approach a computer at all. They may have a phone and they can Google things on their phone, but there's more to it than that. They don't do keyboarding, you see, or proper computer searching. So I think the hours need to be improved for me. And I'm also 84, so I don't know that I'll go on enjoying my present level of fitness for how long, I don't know. But my needs will undoubtedly increase. Does that answer the question?
Yes, that's been very helpful, Ms Dowling, as has all of your evidence, which we are most grateful to you for having come and given us, and in particular knowing that you've travelled this long distance to come to give the evidence. We are most grateful to you, and we will give earnest consideration to what you have told us.
I'd like to thank the commissioners and all the staff for being here at all, for the wonderful help that I've been given right from day one of getting on the phone onto the Royal Commission. The contrast between the help I've received here and the lack of help I received getting into my aged care is so stark, I can't emphasise it too much. This is how it should be, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms Dowling. The Commission will adjourn for 5 minutes.
All stand. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 3:10. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Bergen.
I call witness BA. Witness, have you got a copy of your statement in front of you? She's administering this, I think. Okay, thanks. Witness, have you got a copy of your statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any amendments to make to your statement?
Yes, please. On page 2, paragraph 13, it should be 31st of May 2018.
Yes.
Also on page 6, paragraph 49, it should say 4 people on level 4 packages.
Yes.
And also on page 7 in the conclusion, it's on the 28th of February 2019.
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Thank you, witness. Now, I understand there's a solicitor with you who will now administer an oath or ask you to make an affirmation.
Yes.
Repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Witness, subject to the amendments that you've just described, are the contents of your statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement of witness BA, document WIT.0076.0001.001.
We haven't got it on the screen yet, so I haven't got a date to assign to it for the purposes of the exhibit list. Can you assist me with that?
I think the date is the 30th of... The date is the 8th of March 2019 on my copy.
Well, the one that's just come up on the screen, it looks like the 8th of March 2019.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, the witness statement of BA dated 8 March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-36.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, witness, your identity is subject to a non-disclosure order, as is your business name. So I refer to you as witness BA and to your company as BB Proprietary Limited, if that's okay.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, what is your current role?
I am the Chief Operating Officer of BB.
What qualifications do you have?
I am a registered nurse.
When did you
I have a
start?
bachelor's.
Sorry, please continue.
I have a bachelor's of nursing.
When did you start BB Proprietary Limited?
In 2017 it was registered, but I started in BB in 2018.
Okay, so when, I think in your statement you refer to the date of May 2017. So let's go through the application for approved provider status. When did you apply for approved provider status for BB Proprietary Limited?
I applied in May 2017.
And how long did it take for you to get your application together?
It took me about 6 months.
What assistance did you have in putting together your application for provider status?
I had no assistance.
What assistance would have been useful for you at that time?
I think if I had some assistance with the guidelines of what the Department of Health and Ageing were expecting from a approved provider.
How many staff did you have at this time?
I had no staff, it was just myself.
Okay. And how long did the approval process take?
It took about 6 months.
So, and after you, when were you approved?
I received my approved provider status in October 2017.
And how many clients did you get in the first few months as approved provider?
3.
And how many carers did you have at that time?
I had 3 carers.
And did you have any administrative staff?
No, I didn't.
When was your first contact with the quality agency?
It was on the 31st of May 2018.
What did that involve?
I had 2 quality agency assessors come to the office and just run through some paperwork and speak to my staff and speak to my client.
And were you aware why they had reached out and made contact with you?
My first phone call was they notified me that they were coming out on the 31st of May and that they said that this was a normal process for approved providers for an initial review.
So after you'd been operating for, this was after you'd been operating for about 7 months, what size was the business by this time?
I had 9 clients.
And how many staff members did you have?
I had about 11, but each of my clients had a carer that would go to the client. It was 1 carer to 1 client.
Okay. And then what happened during the initial review by the quality agency in May 2018?
They just basically came to the office and we went through some paperwork, whatever paperwork I had in place at that time, and they had I had some staff there that they could interview. I also gave them a list of all my clients and their phone numbers and the representatives, so they could have a discussion about the services they were receiving from BB. They asked me about myself and how deep I was involved in BB, and I basically just answered all their questions and tried to show them as much as I could on that day.
Did you get a report from them?
Yes, I did.
And what did the report say?
The report said that I had not met, I think it was 16 out of 18 of the home care standards.
And what happened after that?
I put a report together and I sent a folder evidence to the quality agency showing them what I had put in place since the first review.
So when you talk about what you had put in place since the first review, what had you done during that period?
So I was aware that from that quality review that there was a lot of things that were missing and I needed to fix. So I contacted a friend that I knew from a residential facility and asked them if they knew anyone that could help me get some of the processes and systems into place. And I was recommended a consultant. So I immediately rang that consultant, and within a couple of hours I had policies, procedures, templates that I needed that were going to help me on the road to compliance.
So when you mentioned just a moment ago that you were recommended a consultant, who gave you that recommendation?
So it was a colleague that I worked with in the residential facility, and he used to basically do our fees, and he's been in the aged care industry for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And when you say that, sorry, keep going please, witness BA.
So I just gave a phone call and I asked, that I told him that I had the quality agency out and that I really needed to get some help. And he knew anyone at all, and he said to me, yes, he did.
When you
And
mentioned...
he gave me the phone. Sorry.
When you mentioned that within a couple of hours you had policies, procedures in place, what policies and procedures were they?
Corporate governance, clinical governance, financials, work health and safety, things relating to the home care standards.
And what charge was there? Was there a fee that you had to pay to the consultant for that work?
Yes. Yes.
What was the fee for that work? Can you remember?
I think the initial invoice was about $26,000.
What was your next contact with the quality agency?
So after that initial review, I received a report obviously saying that I had not met and that if I wanted to respond, I had to respond within 7 days, which I did. In that time, I had put a lot in place with the help of the consultant. I then sent off my report within the time frame that was asked of me. I then received a phone call from the Department of Health and Ageing saying that they would be imposing a sanction.
What were the requirements of that sanction that you received?
I had to appoint a nurse advisor and a nurse administrator immediately, or I would have to have my license revoked.
How did you respond to that sanction?
I said that I would I would get an advisor and a administrator, and I would notify them by 5 o'clock. I think it was the next day, that I had to advise what my next steps would be.
So did you appoint an individual nurse advisor and an individual administrator, or did you appoint one person to carry out both functions?
I had already had the consultant, so I rang the consultant and I said the department had requested that I get a nurse administrator and nurse advisor, and the consultant then introduced me to a nurse advisor and a administrator.
Were you given a quote for these people?
No.
So were you aware at that time what cost might be involved?
No, not at that time, no.
What happened following the sanction? Were there further reviews by the quality agency?
Yes, so I had the consultant come in once a week to BB, and we're putting processes and systems in place. And then I had a phone call from the quality agency saying that I had a time frame for improvement of 3 months. So every month I would have a quality review visit, which is what happened. The first one was, sorry?
When were there quality review visits?
So I had one in June, I had one in July, and the last one was in August.
And what was the state of play by the 22nd of August review?
So by the 22nd of August, I had met all my standards.
And at what point did you apply following that to have the sanction lifted?
I didn't apply straight away to have my sanction lifted. I waited until October.
And how did you apply to have the sanction lifted?
I filled out an application, basically called Uplift of Sanction. I also wrote a lengthy report about what had been happening after the timeframe for improvement, what new developments we had, how the business was going, and why it was important for me to lift sanction.
During the period, so when was the sanction lifted?
It was lifted on the 21st of November.
So during the period of the sanction, did BB Proprietary Limited receive any complaints about quality of care from clients?
No.
During this period, did any of your clients choose to leave the service of BB Proprietary Limited?
No.
To what extent are you aware from communications with the quality agency that they contacted your clients while the sanction was in place?
I was aware of all the contacts that the quality agency had contacted my clients and the department.
Are you aware whether...
Aware of it.
Sorry, please continue, witness.
Sorry. The department and the quality agency were very informative, and they did notify me about everything that they were doing and why they were doing it.
Did you have, are you aware whether the clients reported satisfaction with the quality of care they were receiving from BB Proprietary Limited?
As far as I know, I am aware that my clients were satisfied with the care.
Why do you think that the clients were satisfied with the clinical care?
When the Department of Health and Ageing rang the clients and notified them that BB was in sanction, my clients rang me and said to me that they had received that phone call, and I had some clients say, "Oh, what's going to happen? Are you still going to be our provider?" And I notified them that there is going to be a meeting and that they could come to the meeting, and if they had any concerns, they could come and speak to the Department and Quality Agency.
So I take it...
The sanction meeting.
Please continue, witness.
The department had invited all the clients to come for a sanction meeting, and they would notify them of what was going to happen to BB. But none of my clients came.
When you say none of your clients came, none of your clients came to the meeting at which you were present?
No one came to the meeting, and throughout the sanction, when the quality assessors rang the clients, they always gave me feedback that, you know, the clients are very satisfied, and we've had some good feedback about your services.
Now, what did you mentioned that you had a nurse advisor and administrator engaged to assist in you respond to the conditions of the sanction. What was charged for that work?
$2,500 a day.
So what was the total cost you spent in responding to the sanction through appointing the administrator or advisor?
$120,000.
Is that the amount that you paid?
Altogether, yes.
And what was did you negotiate with the department or the quality agency as to how often the administrator or advisor would be required to present at BB Proprietary Limited?
Yes, I did. When I received the quote from the consultant for $2,500 a day, I rang the Department of Health and Ageing and I asked them how many days would I have to have the nurse advisor and the administrator. And they advised me that it was up to me about how many days I would need them at BB. So I said, okay, so I basically told the consultant that I would have them there only 1 day a week.
So is it your evidence, just to summarise, witness BA, that within the course of 13 months you were approved as a provider, got your first 9 clients, were visited by or had contact with the department and the quality agency, were subject to a quality review, were subject to a sanction, spent $120,000 as required by the sanction, and then had the sanction lifted? Is that an accurate summary of your evidence?
Yes, yes, it is.
And through that process, what do you say about the disruption that was caused to your clients?
I don't feel there was any disruption caused to my clients because behind the scenes there was a lot of work done at BB, but their care and the service delivery was still the same. It was the same staff that went out. It was the same service. Yeah, everything basically stayed the same for my clients and the staff.
Now, continuing on with the topic of quality of care, witness BA, you say in your statement at paragraphs 49 through to paragraph 53 that you care for many people on different levels and with different needs. I want to ask you, what is it like for a provider when you are caring for a person who's on a package that is, for example, lower than their needs, as set out at paragraph 52?
It's very difficult, but because I'm a registered nurse, I can provide a lot of the hands-on care myself. I think it would be different if I wasn't a registered nurse. It would be a lot harder. But I went out, and I still go out to a lot of clients, and I do my own clinical care if it's complex care needs, and I don't have the proper skill mix to care for that client, whether it's a package 1, 2, 3 or 4.
Do you have an example of a package, a client who is on a level 2 package who might have demanding care needs? Could you tell me?
So I had a client who was approved for a level 4, but was assigned a level 2, and he had advanced dementia. He was bedbound. He was full feed. He needed thickened fluids, pressure mattress. He was very, very frail, and he was in a level 2 package. And so he needed assistance, 7 days a week. So we had 2 carers go out in the morning and 2 carers go out in the evening. I negotiated with the daughter that she might need to pay something from her pocket in order for us to be able to deliver the proper services for her father. So she said that she really couldn't afford to pay anything from her pocket, even though she was aware of the basic daily care fee that can assist. So I approached the local hospitals and I asked them if they could assist with the bed and a lifter and a pressure mattress. And we were successful in that. So he did get a pressure mattress and a lifter and a hospital bed. We also got assistance from the local hospital for some thickened fluids, just to help alleviate the pressure of the cost. I went out and I did all the dressings that he needed, but he passed away and he still hadn't received his level 4 package.
Who paid for the pressure mattress?
The hospital.
And how is he? Is he still with us?
No, he's not. He passed away, but he didn't receive his level 4 package, but he passed away at home, and he had a dignified death.
Now, how are things going for you now, Witness BA and BB Proprietary Limited?
I received a quality review visit on the 28th of February 2019, and we have passed all our standards with no recommendation.
What reforms would you... Sorry, please continue, Witness BA. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, so I apologise.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. So we have doubled business. We have had our quality review visit, and we passed our review with no recommendation. We have increased staff. I think it's going very well. All my staff are still with me, and my clients are still with me, the one that passed away.
So in light of your experience with the sanction process, what reforms would you suggest the Royal Commission consider?
Sorry?
In light of your experience since becoming an approved provider and responding to the quality review, the assessment contact report, the sanction, and having the sanctions lifted, in light of that experience, what reforms would you like the Royal Commission to consider in relation to the sanction process generally?
Okay. For me, the sanction process wasn't a bad thing. It sort of helped me put processes in systems that I needed and helped me get the guidance that I needed. The only thing I would say is that before the quality agency deemed something that was clinical risk, that they really did a lot more investigation.
Would it have been helpful to have more information about the expectations of approved providers and perhaps more assistance in setting up processes at the outset following your approval?
Definitely. Yes.
What information would have been helpful to you, Witness BA?
I think if there was a set of policies that the department could give an approved provider, and maybe a list of agencies that can assist them to set up the business, because that's where I was. That was where I was had a lot of trouble with, because it's my first business. Clinically, I knew what I had to do to provide the care in the community. It was just the business side of setting up a business and what software what was recommended. Also the cost. When you go through a sanction, it's very expensive. And consultants can vary from price to price, and some of the qualifications that the consultants have aren't any more than what you have. So I think that is something to look at.
Thank you very much, Witness BA and BB Proprietary Limited. That concludes my examination of this witness. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Arnott, do you have an application?
No, I do not.
Very well. Thank you, witness BA, for your evidence. We are most grateful to you for that evidence and apologise for any inconvenience to you for you being called rather later in the day than we'd expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If this witness may
Thank
be
you.
excused, please, Commissioners. If this witness could be excused, please.
Yes, you are excused from further attendance
Thank
at the
you very much.
Commission.
If the Commissioners could just bear with me while I collect my notes for my next witness. May we request a short adjournment, please,
Yes, very
Commissioners?
well. The Commission will adjourn for 5 minutes.
I will stand. This Royal Commission is adjourned until 3:50. Let's all stand. Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Bergen.
I call Mary Patetsos.
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
I'll just ask my learned friend to announce her appearance for the Commission.
Ms Burst, Commissioners, I act for Ms Patetsos and I appear pursuant to leave granted, I believe, on the 16th of this month.
Thank you for announcing that appearance.
Operator, could you please bring up document WIT.0084.0001.0001? Ms Patetsos, there should be a hard copy of your statement on the table in front of you and a copy of it, the first page on the screen. Is this your statement?
That's correct.
And do you wish to make any amendments to your statement?
No, I do not.
Are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement of Mary Patetsos, document WIT.0084.0001.0001 and the identified annexures.
Yes, the statement of Mary Patetsos dated the 12th of March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-37.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Patetsos, what are your professional qualifications?
I'm a university-trained social worker and I've got postgraduate qualifications in sociology.
And what are your current professional roles?
I'm the chairperson of the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia. I also hold a number of other non-executive director roles, some of which I've stated in my in the submission, including as chairperson of Aged Care Housing Group, which is an aged care provider in South Australia and Victoria.
You're here as a representative of FECA.
That's correct.
What does FECA stand for?
FECA is the Federation of Ethnic Communities Councils of Australia. FECA has been in existence for 40 years. We are a federation of over 30 other councils, state territory representatives, and their affiliate members. So up to between 1,500 to 2,500 ethnic community groups form the basis of FECA, and our members so the governance arrangement is a federation, and I'm an elected chair. It's a voluntary role.
What is the focus of FECA's work?
FECA is the peak national body that represents people that are born overseas in countries where English is not the first language, representing called and linguistically diverse people, and we represent them in all aspects of their interest. So we will speak about their rights as citizens, their rights as permanent residents, and we also represent them in areas of social policy, and aged care is a major part of our work. We do a lot of work in disability. We represent women who are at risk, and we also are very involved in ensuring that young people and new and emerging communities, those communities that have arrived in Australia recently, are able to participate actively in the Australian community.
So you mentioned that FECA's membership includes a federation of 30 other council, state and territory representatives and their affiliate members. Could you please describe that further for the benefit of the Royal Commission?
I'll try to. So our federation has members from every state and territory. So every state has a peak organisation who has a chairperson. They're separately incorporated associations. They have their own governance arrangements. So they run their own organisations, and it's their chairperson that sits on my board, and I'm elected by that group of 30. Underneath them, there are a number of ethnic community organisations. So you would be aware of the Greek community of New South Wales, the Latvians of Victoria, the newly arrived Cambodian communities. So all those ethnic organisations that form to represent the communities are members of our state and territory members. We've also extended membership to regional and rural community groups, so hence why there is more than the states plus the territories, because we have regional representation. So it is a true federation with a very significant base. So when FECA speaks on behalf of our federation, we speak on behalf of the direct members and their affiliates. We consult with the entire base, and it is an organisation that has its origins in representing community at a grassroots level.
Is it correct to say that the other groups that are members of FECA are also incorporated associations?
That is correct, and their role is often different from ours. We are actively involved in policy development, and we do some advocacy as well. Their roles differ across the state and territories and the regions depending on the locational needs that they have in their communities, and some of them are also providers themselves of aged care. So some of our members have provider status, both in home care, residential.
Thank you, Ms Patetsos, for that very fulsome explanation. Now, what is FECA's role and what does its work involve?
In aged care, so we receive federal funding to undertake our work program, which is to ensure that the aged care system is cognisant of the needs of called older people, and that we are able to provide feedback to communities about how the aged care system works, and much more importantly, provide that back to government and also to providers. So we are able to provide data where it exists. We provide as much qualitative and quantitative data as is available to justify our positions on certain things, and we also consult on behalf of government. So it is easier for consultations to occur with called communities through their own structures, and government often uses FECA to undertake those consultations on their behalf. We have worked over the years very closely with the department, and that relationship has been one of equal respect, and we have advocated on our community's behalf to the department, and we work in a way that ensures as much of that information is listened to as possible.
What role does FECA have in the trial of the system Navigator?
So the Navigator trial is a recent announcement of government. The Federation of Ethnic Communities Council is a partner of the Council of the Ageing. We will be oversighting the rollout of the Navigator pilots in a number of pilot areas. I think it's 8, and they are called specific. So we will be involved in that process. So it's an example of where a collaboration has evolved between COTA, the Council on the Ageing, and us to make sure that the Navigator trial does pick up on the specific needs of older people of called background.
So your statement at paragraph 18 is predicated on considerable consultations undertaken by FECA. Could you please describe what consultations FECA has undertaken in this regard?
Sure. In this particular reference, I was actually starting to refer to the document that I speak to. I'm not sure where it is, but it's the diversity framework one. I'm not sure what paragraph it was in. 15. So
I might pause you to ask the operator to bring up that document if that's of value. It's rcd.0011.0018.0001. Is this the diversity framework that you were just referring to?
That's correct.
I tender that document, please, Commissioners.
Yes. The Department of Health document entitled Aged Care Diversity Framework, dated December 2017, will be Exhibit 2-38.
So, Ms Patetsos, you were just saying that in this particular reference in paragraph 18, you were referring to the diversity framework?
That's correct. Well, we undertake consultations over a range of things. So in particular, the requirement to contribute to the diversity framework required us to go to all states, territories and regional areas and to discuss with older people of call background what their particular concerns were in terms of accessing the aged care system, both in terms of home care and residential, and how we could capture the gaps that they were experiencing and some of the issues and problems that they had, that they were aware of for themselves as people with lived experience or in fact their families, friends. So the consultations took 3 to 6 months. I think 3 months was the collection of data and then another 3 months to pull it all together. And it was probably one of the most extensive consultations that FECA has done because we were so committed to making sure that the diversity framework, which is now exhibited, would capture what needed to be told, the stories that needed to be told as thoroughly as possible. FECA has worked in this space for a very long time, and there are many issues that we've been made aware of from our communities that we have highlighted both to departments and to peak provider organisations like AXA and LASER and the Guild. We have raised many issues many times, and it was FECA's view that the preparation of the framework would provide us the best opportunity to capture those in one place and to try again to get the needs of called people adequately addressed, properly addressed.
I might take you to the diversity framework now, Ms. Fetetsos. Operator, could you please bring up page 7 of the diversity framework? Page 7 and page 8. If you could bring up page 7 on the left-hand side of the screen and page 8 on the other side of the screen. Thank you, Operator. Ms. Fetetsos, could you please explain to the Commission the work that the diversity framework sets out on these pages?
Yes, I can. So the diversity framework, once we achieved overall consultation, and I must point out at this point that the diversity framework includes other vulnerable groups. So at this stage, the diversity framework includes communities from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, as well as LGBTQI communities. So the three groups work together. So we work together to identify, from a human rights perspective, what important outcomes we needed to identify to ensure that the aged care system became responsive to groups that were complex. And the column on the far left, the outcome for consumers, was that process of consultation condensed into what we believe to be a succinct range of outcomes that were critical, non-negotiables to achieve for a consumer. What we then identified were that there were in fact responsibilities. And the top column is actually identifying who is responsible, and we identified that government had a responsibility to make sure that it set up a system and obligated the system to perform in a particular way, and that involved a legislative framework and a regulatory framework that captured some of the obligations. That peak organisations, which is the aged care sector, the AXA, LASER and the Guild, as peak organisations that represented the system, had a responsibility, that they were as responsible as the provider groups, and that the providers themselves, mainstream providers in particular, were required to service 100% of the Australian population. So the 36% of older Australians are born overseas in a country where English is not the first language. That's not 3%, it's 36%. So the point of this is that 36% of Australians who come in contact with aged care providers are our population. They're the people that we should be looking for. This is not an add-on, that it is core business for them. And the fact that they fail to meet their needs is a significant shortfall. We then also thought that consumers and family and their carers and representatives, which includes ethno-specific organisations, had a responsibility to ensure that they also took responsibility for their own care. So if something was inadequate, not good enough, that they were able to report it, and that ethno-specific organisations, our members, took that responsibility seriously and worked through FECA to continue to put pressure on the providers, the peaks and government.
Just to draw out perhaps a couple of outcomes for consumers from this table, operator, could you please zoom in on outcomes 5 and 6? Could you please explain, Ms Patetsos, further for the Royal Commissioners, what outcomes 5 and 6 are directed towards?
So, yes, I can. So, it's very difficult for someone who is an elderly person who is suffering from dementia, who is losing language. So, for many people in their late 80s and early 90s and late 90s who are suffering from dementia, English loss of English is a very key phenomenon of that disease. So it's a medical condition, and one of the symptoms is that you lose the things that you've learnt last in life. So you basically could have been in your 50s and 60s and as a younger working adult, totally capable of communicating in English, and by the time you're elderly, you may not be. So respectful and inclusive services, it's our premise that you can't actually deliver a service for someone who's lost language as a result of degenerative disease, unless you have effective communication tools. And by that we mean interpreters, use of material that allows communication, bilingual, bicultural staff. It's not reasonable to expect someone who has lost language capacity to be cared for by people who they can't understand, and it's not reasonable to expect that person to depend on their family to interpret for them. So I use that as an example in terms of respectful and inclusive because it is the most obvious example. But of course there are many other examples of how a service can fail to meet the expectations of an individual. Consumer-directed care focuses on the individual. As individuals, we are the components of parts of us that include our culture, our language and our faith. And to try to ignore that or not focus on it for people of call background is defeats the very purpose of consumer-directed care in the first place.
What does culturally safe mean in the context of Para 6?
Trying to read it, sorry, Commissioner. So cultural safety is a concept that's used across the groups that we're talking about as a place where people feel that they can exercise who they are freely. It's a concept that was actually introduced to our thinking by the representative from the LGBTQI community, who referenced very clearly that many people who identify as LGBTQI struggle to live that through their aged care experience. So it was a concept that we picked up, and we also acknowledge that for some people of call background, they will accept anything that's given to them because they're in vulnerable positions. But in fact, if they had their choice, services to them would be delivered very differently. So they don't feel that they can express themselves either because of cultural differences, language, or in fact faith differences, and so they just deny that of themselves. So they accept the norm because they don't think it's safe to say, well, I actually would like it differently. One of the reasons for that is that their engagement with aged care is unknown to them. They don't know that they can ask, so they don't understand the rights that they have, and that they can ask for things to meet their specific needs. They're vulnerable, and they are the least likely people to complain, which I think I've spelt out, and also the least likely people to ask for things to be done differently. So that's what we mean.
Thank you.
Operator, could you please turn to the forward page of this document. And could you please zoom in on the at point 7 and the content below that? Ms. Patetsos, you mentioned that this report was this framework was the work of a number of different groups. So these are the groups identified here?
Yeah.
So each of those groups had input into the diversity framework, is that right?
That's correct.
And to that extent, as you explained, it's a diversity framework applicable to called groups, but also more broadly to other special needs groups as defined by the Aged Care Act. Is that right?
That is correct. And Senior Rights Service and Australian Association of Gerontology were there as experts who had a capacity to research and to provide some insight into complaints processes. And we are currently, the framework has currently moved on from the 3 groups that it has dealt with to now look at homelessness and those that are suffer from lack of socio-economic capacity. So we've now moved on to the work to do with capacity to pay as a pressure, and also the lack of housing for some older people.
Thank you, Ms. Patetsos. Now, I now want to turn to the topic that you've mentioned already in your evidence, and that is the topic of data. You mentioned that in your statement at paragraphs 18 and 20 that there's a lack of accurate data about called groups. What data is available and what limits does the data have?
The lack of data is a critical factor in determining whether older people of called background are actually using the aged care system. So it's baseline data that we can't get access to sometimes, and sometimes it just doesn't exist. So the data that is available is obviously through the ABS. I know that my aged care collects some data, which is very difficult to access, and the department obviously has some data as well. The extent to which providers collect data is hard to track. And in our mind, the lack of data basically points to us being unable to capture exactly what is the percentage of older people who are using the aged care system accurately. We know in NDIS that there is very low uptake of NDIS by called consumers. We think it's a bit better in aged care, but we believe that that's probably the case of necessity rather than the system opening itself up to older people, in a way that works for them. It's just the need is there.
You're saying that's driven in part by market forces, is that what
That's correct.
Operator, could you please bring up document RCD.9999.0026.0001? And could you please highlight or bring up the first 0.5 of that page? Now, Ms. Patetsos, I'm going to ask you to explain this summary of the census data, which I understand you or someone for you has prepared.
Yeah, so basically what it says is that it exactly goes to the point that we understand once we analyse the data that 36% of older people from called background are born in countries that don't have English as a first language. The breakdown of the data here is that the ROGS, the government data, it does not reflect what we believe to be the case. So that there is a gap between what we are seeing as government collected data so that we can compare total population of ABS with usage of services by certain community groups. So we know the Department of Health struggled to collect called data, and that's reflected in this summary.
So just to step through that, the data collected by the ABS, is that based on where the person completing the census form, does that ask where the person completing the census form was born? What are some other criteria of called indicators that might be appropriate for data to be collected about?
Well, preferred language is the most important data piece that we require because your place of birth indicates exactly that. and your preferred language by the time you're 87 may be completely not related to your place of birth. So it's difficult to match data and then match needs because the data is not fully available and the data has gaps in it.
So to the extent that someone might have been born, for example, in Australia but speak a language other than English as their first language, is that data collected by the ABS?
Born in Australia and speak a language other than English at home, it does collect that, but the bit of data that's needed from the system is preferred language. I mean, to the point, you may have learnt German at school.
I did learn German at school.
And you may prefer speaking German. But when you're elderly, you may be quite happy to use English as your first language. So it's preferred language at that point in your life.
Mm. Now, you mentioned the statistic of around 33% or 36% of the total Australian population being born overseas earlier in your evidence.
Yep.
And that's borne out by your summary. And is that statistic derived from the 2016 census data?
It is.
Now, turning to table
15,
2.
I think it is. 15? I think it's 15. 2015.
2015. Thank you. I just want to ask you to explain, please, your table 2.
So this is direct from the ABS. So it's Australia's top 20 overseas born population. So basically there are total number of 509,563 people born in China, which is 2% of the total born overseas. Over 65, you get a number there, and the percentage of that population group over the age of 65 by country of birth. And it goes down, sorry. Yeah.
So to pick an example, looking at the Italy row, it says 114,070 people over 65. That refers to, that number describes the number of people born in Italy who are over 65, is that right?
That's right. So a lot of the Northern Europeans, which would have arrived between the wars, and a lot of the Southern Europeans that arrived after World War II are now ageing, and a very ageing population. And it's those communities that are very high numbers, and it's those communities who have significant care needs that need to be addressed. And slowly that will feed through to, so we'll soon be seeing higher numbers of people that arrived post-Vietnam and from Southeast Asia. So it basically follows Australia's migration patterns, and you'll get that sort of ebbs and flows of numbers.
Thank you, Ms. Patetsos. Operator, could you please bring up table 3 in that document? Now, table 3 is headed, established communities tend to have a higher proportion of people aged 65 and over. Could you please explain that proposition for the Royal Commission?
Well, if you take my own community, so there's a total number of people born overseas, and then as you go across, the total percentage of that in terms of over 65s is 62,585, and then the total percentage of the group by country of birth is 68. So you see that the Greek community that arrived after World War II has a significant proportion of people that are ageing at the moment, and that their care needs will probably peak in the next 20 years. And as their generation, their children who are bilingual and speak English relatively well, they may identify still as of Greek descent, but their language and cultural needs will be different because they're mostly born in Australia. So it follows, as I said, migration patterns.
Migration patterns. So, Ms. Patetsos, taking that example of your ethnic group, is a correct interpretation of the first row that 66.8% of Greek people living in Australia who were born overseas are over the age of 65?
That's correct.
Now, at the foot of that document...
So if I could say something,
yes.
sorry. So that would mean, if we go back to my previous point, that for mainstream providers, this group is their client base. So we're talking about significant numbers. So when we ask them to reflect seriously on how they provide care for this group, is because the numbers are very important and are not an add-on to their business. That it is their core business to do this.
Yes. So this information is important for providers as it is for government to understand the client base of approved providers.
Yes, because if we have a consumer-directed care system that is a market-driven system, and these numbers reflect the market and the consumer profile, then if you're a business and you're not addressing their needs, then surely in a real competitive market they would not be your customers. They would go elsewhere. But we know in aged care where people are vulnerable and the market is not perfect, then people have less choice than we believe them to have. We also know that while at 65 they may be rational consumers because they're still going on overseas holidays and having a relatively good time. By the time they're 88 and vulnerable with dementia, the rational consumer in them disappears and we have far less capacity to make choices at that age.
Now at the foot of that table you've got a reference notable exceptions are Vietnam, China and India. Are those percentages the percentage of total that are overseas born? What do those percentages represent?
That is a very good question.
Okay.
Not explained well here by my staff.
Would you prefer to come back to the Royal Commission at a later date?
I prefer to get it correct rather than take a
Thank you, Ms.
educated guess.
Thank you, Ms. Patetsos. Now, turning to Table 4, newer and emerging communities tend to have a lower proportion of people aged 65 and over. Could you please explain
Yes.
Table 4? Operator, are you able to bring up Table 4 on the screen? Do you have a copy of Table 4 before you in the witness box?
No, sorry,
Ms. Patetsos?
No. I've got about everything else.
Perhaps we can come back to that if there's a technical problem.
I could probably speak to it without speaking the numbers. Okay, yep. Okay. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, certainly. So the heading is newer and emerging communities tend to have a lower proportion of people aged 65 and over. Could you please explain this table for the commissioners?
I can. So many of the communities that are on the left-hand column that was on your screen are new arrivals. So they arrived in Australia in the 80s, 90s and 2000s. They arrive as young refugees or as skilled migrants, and they arrive as young family members, and they do bring older family members out, but the numbers are relatively small. The point of the table is that while their numbers are small, they will be coming through as older people in time, but also that there are numbers of older people over the age of 65 in those communities, and that these smaller communities have very little support. So while the larger post-war communities have very sophisticated community organisations that assist them to bridge the gap between themselves and the aged care system, these communities have very little community infrastructure. So the older people from these communities, while their numbers are smaller, their need is greater because they're new arrivals, their English is probably poorer, and they don't have the community supports and infrastructure around them that may facilitate their care.
Ms. Patetsos, is this summary based on country of birth data obtained from the ABS 2015 census?
Yes, it is.
I think you mentioned earlier in your evidence that preferred language is another measure of called criteria. How does country of birth data underestimate called groups and their presence in the aged care market?
Well, country of birth, like all statistics, you need to have a look at the range of indicators to get a full picture of a community. So you would look at country of birth, you would look at preferred language, you would look at faith identification, and that would give you a more complete picture. In the time that we were able to put this together, we used one indicator only. It was also the only one that mostly is used by government, so we're most able to equate figures with figures. So the preferred language is critical because of the point I made earlier, which is that if you can't meet people's communication needs, that's a fundamental issue that you need to do and achieve before you can actually then go on and move and address anything else. So we would prefer to use preferred language.
What are the main barriers for making progress in this space for aged care client records and other health and human services sectors?
Look, it's an issue. Collection of data is an issue because there's issues of privacy and people wanting to identify or not. So we are very firm of the view that, and it's often put to us that the reason why this data is not collected is to protect the consumer's privacy and their right to not identify. I have put to the department often and providers that the collection of data, if explained to a consumer that it's de-identified, that it won't be used, etc., often people absolutely agree to provide data. If you don't explain it and you simply sort of put a form in front of them and you give them an option, then mostly people don't fill that form out correctly. We are like that, and no doubt families and consumers are exactly like that. So I would say that to provide a system and to understand that works and to understand how it works, the provision of adequate data from the ABS through to anything that government can collect through to the providers is essential. Because without it, we don't know who's there and who's not.
So given that, what are the limits of research into ageing and data collection by researchers, and how is this significant to the issues before this Royal Commission?
One of the key concerns I have in my work with the healthcare system, and it is the same in aged care, is that often consumer research into the needs of older people excludes people from core background. It is more expensive for a researcher to research someone with an interpreter than without, and so much of the research that's available, which is why FECA has undertaken it ourselves, and even the university research is limited, and the limitation is sometimes specified and sometimes it's not, is limited by a lack of data that includes called people. So the health and well-being of called people in most research is not included as part of the sample. So when you read a bit of research on health outcomes, that group of people, so 36% in the case of aged people and 30% in the case of health research, does not include any information on the health or well-being outcomes for called people.
So does this mean that we don't know, for example, if the policy impacts of reform are different on called people as opposed to the general population?
That is our view.
And would that also apply to the question of whether they sign up for end-of-life care or other?
Absolutely, yeah. So we just don't know.
Now, turning to the topic of access, how is access a specific and perhaps a special issue for called groups?
Well, I think access to the system is complicated for everybody, particularly those who are unfamiliar with it and who don't have English as a first language. There has been significant amounts of discussion between FECA and at the National Aged Care Alliance with the department on the adequacy of my aged care as a point of access for older people, particularly for those who don't have English as a first language, and who are not computer literate, and who are not comfortable working through a portal. So it would not, me stating this would not be a surprise to anyone.
You mentioned the use of interpreters. How often are interpreters used in the provision of aged care services?
It's unknown.
So,
So, do you want me to expand
Yes.
on that now?
Please expand on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Patetsos.
Okay, so the use of interpreters would appear to be a natural thing that should occur. So if we could place ourselves in an overseas context, if something was to happen to our health and the place that we were injured did not have English as a first language, we would need access to some communication with the care provider. So that knowledge about us being unwell overseas does not translate when we come back to Australia, because there's the use of interpreters by aged care providers. It appears from anecdotal evidence that we collect through consultations to be very low, incredibly low. So the reasons for that are complicated. We fail to understand the importance of language and the right of someone to understand what's required in their care, for them to understand what it is that they're receiving and what their options are. We also make the use of interpreters complicated and unclear about who bears the cost of it. So it is our view that communication is a basic human right, and that all people should have access to some form of communication that ensures that they understand entirely what it is that is occurring to them, and that they are able to explain to the system where their needs lie. And that cost ought to be borne by us as a society. It should not be at the cost of the individual to supplement the gap, and it should not be at the cost of the provider, because that opens up for the consumer the risk that the provider can choose not to expend that money. So if we take a step back from that, the right to have interpreters should be critical, and it is my view, and it's a view that comes through the framework and actually the action plan, and the single quality framework, that the lack of use of interpreters should actually, if it's evidenced by the quality standards, that it should actually lead to a not meet of a standard. It is the most fundamental. Everything flows from that.
So just to tease that out a bit further, everything flows from that. So let's take a couple of examples. Might the reporting of elder abuse be one risk?
Absolutely.
And are there consequences for isolation, feelings of isolation?
So the consequences for the individual of lack of communication is that they have very limited power to create a situation for themselves where they are safe. So they are unable to communicate to the provider, to the external system, and to the world beyond that, complaints providers or creditors or whoever's come through. So the use of an interpreter to ensure that a person is able to communicate helps to alleviate the risks that you're identifying, which is low complaints, isolation, feeling that you don't have choices, staying in a place that's unsafe, etc.
I might ask you to tease that out a little bit further with me for the benefit of those of us who might not have as much experience with called groups. Would this extend to choices such as what food you might prefer to be eating?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because if you are not shown the respect of being given a means of communication, you are immediately messaged that things that are lesser value are completely irrelevant. So if you are in an organisation and there is no way of communicating, it is unlikely that you skip to that to worrying about what you're going to eat for dinner, because you have bigger problems that you're worrying about, which is not understanding what's happening to you. So absolutely, it goes to the Commissioner's point earlier about what cultural safety is. And cultural safety is knowing that you can speak your language and someone will understand you, and that you can then organise your life in a way that meets your needs, and that includes the food you prefer to eat, and the way in which you like to, experience your faith, or in fact the way in which you would like to die.
So is it appropriate, for example, for us to think about when you say the risk of not knowing what's happening to you, would it be appropriate to draw an analogy with being in hospital in a country where you don't speak the language and you need medical attention?
Yes, absolutely. And if I can say that even in that situation, most people are not suffering. So the highest area of growth and the highest risk are those suffering from dementias. So the dementia plus the lack of communication basically is a firestorm for those people, because the confusion that goes with that, with dementia plus the loss of capacity, makes them incredibly vulnerable.
Now, you also mentioned isolation. How else might isolation have a particular bearing on people in receiving aged care services who are from CALD backgrounds?
So isolation is self-explanatory at one level. The other impact it has is that it creates an environment where if there is issues of abuse or lack of care, there's no set of eyes over it. So people of CALD background who have their friends pass away or distance makes it difficult are often trapped in their home, and in a home care environment where their care provider knows that individual is isolated, extremely isolated, not marginally so, but almost 100% reliant on a caregiver. The capacity for that to expose that individual to risk is enormous. So isolation is very sad. On its own, that itself is not good, but the isolation that creates the potential for victimisation or abuse is more than sad. It's actually a high risk for the entire sector.
So to further understand this, do people from different backgrounds have different understandings of government and government services and people in professional roles?
They do, because they're often fleeing countries where government has not been trusted. It's the reason they've left in the first place. And so their interpretation of the role of government is very different, that they are afraid of complaining because they're afraid of losing everything that they are getting. So you get this sort of this effect, which is that they are needy, that they are dependent, that they are vulnerable, and then you get this situation where they will not complain, because if you complain, then you're likely to get nothing. So,
how can the reform of the system being considered by this Royal Commission address the issue of isolation of CALD groups?
So, while reform of the system has gone on for some time, this Royal Commission, I'm very hopeful, will provide the platform for some significant, in principle, re-look at the system. So, in some ways, aged care is reform exhausted, and in many ways we've set it up so that it suits the generation that's coming through rather than the generation that is there now. It's almost like Generation X is trying to sort it out for ourselves rather than for looking after those that are frail at the moment. I'm heavily invested and keen to point out that one of the key elements that I believe continues to protect CALD providers is the ethnic community groups and the CALD consumer groups that represent them and provide a bridge between them and the bigger system of mainstream providers. So mainstream providers are not uniform. Some do this very well and some do not. While they all catch up to do it well together, the availability of CALD providers that provide programs like the Commonwealth Home Support Program and other programs that bridge a CALD vulnerable person to the system and act as advocates and navigators for CALD people who can pick up the phone, who can navigate the portal on their behalf, and who can communicate to family about what is going on, and who can do that who are bicultural and bilingual. So while the system is sorting itself out, the important role of those CALD providers and ethno-specific providers must be highlighted, because as the system as aged care consolidates and we get the bigger players, those that are publicly listed companies, and the very little providers who don't have any infrastructure trying to service the community, those community-based organisations that are set up and who give voluntary hours by the bucket load to make sure that their communities are well looked after must stay in place. It is, in my view, that any decision by government to streamline services in any way that takes away their capacity to look after their communities would be highly risky.
So turning then to the role of providers and cultural awareness, to what extent are providers aware of cultural needs of older called people?
It varies. So the truth is, it would be unfair to say anything other than it varies. So as I said, some providers attempt to do this really well and other providers do not. There is one thing that absolutely needs to be understood is that undertaking a care plan that identifies language and cultural differences with no actions attached to it is not good enough. Often it's pointed that care plans, an individual care plan, is the way in which core consumer needs are looked after. You know, someone says a person prefers Italian, it's written down. That they prefer to eat this is written down. And then the accreditation or the quality standards people come through, they see some signal of that, and it's almost like it's a box ticked. There is no evidence to say that what is written in care plans is the experience of older people. So their awareness between... So then it's done to meet the standards and to tick the box. It's not actually making a difference on the ground. The other thing that's really important is that My Aged Care as a website, as a portal, needs to be very careful that it doesn't overpromise and underdeliver. So one of the big things that we've identified is that My Aged Care providers on My Aged Care are saying that they can do a lot, almost everything. It's a little bit like going on looking for a hotel. It says it's got a pool, but when you get there, it starts to crash off. So My Aged Care needs to clearly identify any capacity that a provider is saying it can do via My Aged Care. After all, it is a government website, so when providers tick things, people think that it's real. The inadequacy of that website to accurately reflect capability in the provider is critical.
What training is offered by providers to workers, if you're aware of it, about called needs of older people? And again, this is something that might differ across the sector.
It differs. So some providers provide some cultural sensitivity, others may do nothing.
What training is available for providers on the topic of quality and safety of aged care service delivery to called people?
So providers can bring in specialists that can do that type of training. The Commonwealth has funded PICACs, which is Partners in Culturally... I've called them PICACs for such a long time. They have got a bigger sort of... Someone can look that up. PICACs.
We can look that up.
Call them.
We can look that up.
You can look that up because it's one of those acronyms that I've now forgotten what the original was. So the PICACs provide support to mainstream providers to ensure that as much as possible is done for core consumers. So they're a federally funded program and do that to the best of their ability given the resources that are available to them.
What are for someone researching the market, either for their parents or for themselves, what are the indicators, or are there any indicators that a provider has expertise or cultural sensitivity?
So the key indicators, of course, is a recognition that workforce matters. So if you have, if you say that you're able to look after a particular group, that you have made some attempt to match workforce with that group's needs, evidence of training of staff, evidence that there is a capability in the management, a board commitment, so the organisation's governance structures reflect a commitment to diversity, an investment in diversity, which includes putting in resources to ensure that community groups are catered for. So there's a range of indicators that highlight good practice versus poor practice versus no practice.
So once an aged care recipient finds an aged care provider that understands their cultural needs, if they have issues in the service, what are the risks of that? Are there special circumstances that apply to called people?
So called people face two risks. They face a decision in home care to perhaps go to a called specific provider, someone who speaks their language and can meet their needs. If that works for them, that's great. When it doesn't, it creates an environment of a very thin market. So if you happen to only speak Latvian and the Latvian service is not meeting your needs at all well, or in fact is putting you at risk, your choice of where you go next is very thin, in that you then have to think about what your options are. So you're more likely to stay with that provider, so you're trapped. The other side is that if you go to a mainstream provider and the provider is not meeting your needs but is actively marketing to you and you don't feel you have choice, then you stay there as well. So what we do know is that there's data that does show very little movement between providers. So once you're somewhere, you're likely to stay there. It's only the very well-informed consumer that makes decisions about moving provider to provider. So I would say that consumers and their families need to be made aware that their package is mobile with them and that they can move safely from a place that they're unhappy to a place that is better for them. That's not happening to the degree that it should be.
Ms Patetsos, you mentioned in paragraph 70 of your statement that there's a misperception in the general community that people from called backgrounds are not wanting or needing care because they prefer family care, and the reciprocal that there's a misperception that white Anglo-Saxon people don't look after their families and ethnic families do. Could you please explain that further to the commissioners?
So for some time there was a view that traditionally it was traditional that families of certain backgrounds would all look after the extended family was in place and everyone was happy. And that these Anglo-Saxons, well, they just don't do that. That's why they need nursing homes and we don't. None of that is true. So there's no other way of explaining it really. So older people are looked after by families across the country and they do the best that they can, and when they become more vulnerable, their experiences of their family supports and everything that happens to them is not specific and not identifiable by ethnic group. That there is as many people caring for people from every background. It served a purpose to perpetuate that myth, to basically say that the system didn't need to accommodate for them because they were looking after themselves. It's happened to them as it's happened to everybody else, that women are now actively working and the caregiver framework has, it requires a look at because it's not there for everybody, not just them.
Ms Patetsos, what can this Royal Commission do at this relatively early stage of hearings to ensure that called groups' needs in relation to aged care quality and safety is heard during the forthcoming hearings?
So I've thought about that a fair bit, and I thank you for the privilege of being able to represent the communities that I do here today, and hope I've done them justice. I also don't think there is one point of truth, nor do I think that it is good enough to hear from one entity only. I encourage the Commission, wherever possible, to get people with lived experience and community members themselves to speak to you, because I think that adds weight to what we have to say, and to also ensure that where there is opportunity to do that in languages other than English, that is enabled. Even for myself, I could see the difficulties of finding a consumer voice here, and I just think it's really important because without that, all I can provide is the experience I have as a professional person in the space.
Thank you, Ms Patetsos. Before I deal with just a couple of small administrative matters, was there anything else further you wanted to say to the Royal Commission in conclusion?
I do and it is in the submission statement. I do want to point to the commissioners, point out to the commissioners that the issue of called workforce is touched on. What we do know is that an increasing number of people in the lower paid jobs in the workforce, in the aged care workforce, are people from called background. It's very important to recognise that for these people, as Australians, they are filling in work that other Australians won't do, and that's why they're so heavily represented. The aged care workforce is not necessarily an attractive place for. It's not an option that attracts many young people, so the workforce is incredibly diverse, and I would encourage a look at that workforce and the training of that workforce and the capability of that workforce. And I dare say also that workforce probably, that workforce experiences levels of racism for a variety of reasons that are complex and working conditions that are poor. It's a very vulnerable group of people, but as FECA, we represent consumers, but we also represent the many younger community members that are the workforce of the aged care sector. So I just would like to point that out to you.
Thank you, Ms. Patetsos. Now, my instructing solicitor has passed me a note that says partners in culturally appropriate care. Is that PICAC?
That's the one. Yeah,
that's the one. Thank you. Now, finally, you mentioned the 2016 census data, and I have been provided with a link. Operator, could you please draw up rcd.9999.0025.0001? Thank you, operator. If you could turn to the third page, please. If you could zoom in on the at the start at the top of that page, the country of birth data. This is the data that this is part of the data that you were drawing upon in your summary table that I tendered earlier, Ms. Patetsos?
That's correct.
I tender the ABS 2016 Census Quick Stats.
Here's the ABS. Did you say 2016?
It's headed 2016 Census Quick Stats. That it may be that the data is drawn down from the 2015 census and the summary was prepared in 2016. Operator, could you please go to the first page of that document?
Yes, yes, it is 2016 census. So I'll simply identify the exhibit as ABS 2016 Census Quick Stats, and that will be Exhibit 2-39.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, that concludes my examination of this witness.
Ms. Patetsos, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. In earlier evidence before the Royal Commission, we've heard some suggestions, and I'm not sure whether you know whether this is true or not, that the called communities have focused their attention often on CHSP services as well as residential care, but there's a gap in service provision in this area around home care packages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that because there hasn't been sufficient engagement with the communities by the government to see that kind of sponsorship emerge, or what would be the reason for that?
I think that's exactly right. I think that that moving to the packages is a elevated level of involvement and understanding that is absent and requires is often triggered by an assessment requirement that means that people have got to get through to a medical system before they are actually accessing packages. So I do believe that the packages are harder to access for communities. They're less understood, and for many community members, the waiting lists have made them unable to access them in a timely way, and also place many on packages that are lower than their actual needs, which is a phenomenon across the sector.
This is something I probably should know, but I don't. Does My Aged Care have an automatic language interpretation on the screens?
I don't actually know the answer to that directly. I believe that it does, but I've never gone through it myself to test exactly how it works. If I had my CEO here, they would be able to answer that question.
I'll do it tonight.
Yeah, no, I will too.
Thank you.
Nothing arising?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioners. May this witness please be excused.
Yes, thank you very much for your evidence. We're most grateful, and thank you for travelling the distance you have to come and give it to us. Thank you. There are some administrative matters.
Just very briefly, Commissioner, you'll recall that we discussed earlier during the examination of witness BC the desirability of preparing a list of documents to be tendered. That has now been done, and I'll have my instructor hand up to you, Commissioners, that list.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, you will see that the relevant documents to which I took the witness are listed in the order in which I took her to them, beginning on page 1. If you go to page 2, you will then see a list of 4 documents that were the subject of the Commonwealth tender. There are then a series of about half a dozen documents which I didn't squarely put to her, but which involve her and are relevant. For the most part, they are Commonwealth documents. You'll see at the bottom of page 2 her organisation's application for approval. Going over the page, further regulatory documents, an email at the bottom, and then the second last document is one of the invoices that are relevant. We've sought to include those in the tender if that's convenient, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm not going to read out individually each of these documents, but the sequential numbering will start with the first document identified on the first page, the letter from the Department of Health to BC titled Application for Approval as an Approved Provider, dated the 5th of May 2017, which will be Exhibit 240, and the numbers will run sequentially from there until the last document.
Thank you, Commissioner. The only other thing I should say about this is that some of these documents require redaction before they will be publicly available, but that will happen in the coming day or days.
Yes. Now, before we forget about it, what about Mr Holmes's documents?
Yes, we're still dealing with Mr Holmes.
A work in progress.
That's a work in progress, Commissioner, and we'll try to do that first thing in the morning.
Very well. No other matters for this evening?
No other matters, Commissioner, no.
Yes. Well, I think all involved, particularly the staff, have been kept well beyond the normal hours, and it was important that we get through as much evidence as we could today, and we've achieved that. The Commission will adjourn